Okay. Good morning, and welcome to Harvard Climate Action Week at the studio. I'm Lindi von Mutius, the director of the Salata Institute's Climate Action Accelerator. Today, Harvard Climate Action Week moves fully virtual and gives Harvard students, recent alumni, and researchers a chance to share their expertise on a diverse range of topics. We're here today at Harvard's DCE Brattle Square studio. We'd like to thank the Division of Continuing Education and their Emerging Technology Solutions team for hosting our sessions this year. For those of you who are just joining us, I'd like to share a little more about this week of events and what the Salata Institute and the Climate Action Accelerator do. The mission of the Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability is to develop and promote durable, effective, and equitable solutions to the climate crisis and challenges confronting humanity. This institute serves as a fulcrum for collaboration across Harvard's many areas of expertise. Together, we pursue practical, real-world solutions that address all aspects of the climate crisis, and through the Climate Action Accelerator, we engage directly with governments, businesses, NGOs, and communities to collaboratively implement those solutions. Harvard Climate Action Week is one way that we live into that mission. Fulcrum for collaboration? Heck yes! 34 Harvard schools and centers have come together this week to highlight the work they are leading in climate action and to amplify the people, both within this university and the external partners who do that work. Today and tomorrow, you'll hear from 18 members of the Harvard community, students, very recent alumni, researchers, and fellows who will share their capstone and thesis work, talk about their startups, and share their emerging research. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from speakers who represent Harvard College and the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, as well as the Engineering School, Harvard Business School, Harvard Extension School, Harvard Kennedy School, and the Graduate School of Design, as well as students who have worked very closely with the Harvard Innovation Labs to develop products to solve all aspects of the climate crisis. These speakers represent 9 countries and a range of topics from public health, city leadership, energy, and clean transportation. I hope you'll enjoy these presentations and that they will give you a sense of hope that we can solve the climate crisis. We know that we must act quickly to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis, and each one of these solutions has a practical application illustrating its scalability. They highlight opportunities where all kinds of stakeholders, business, government, and nonprofit, can make a tangible difference in adapting to the worst impacts of climate change and preventing these by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So let's get started. Our first presentation is by Glenn Banaguas on Climate Smart Philippines.
Climate change has been deemed to be an environmental pandemonium that has costed political, economic, social, and human systems. It has created a daunting challenge and dismal innovation to humanity. However, its catastrophic impacts and risks have been staved off, either with adaptation solutions or mitigation approaches conducted by different institutions, agencies, and centers. Climate Smart Philippines is a platform that provides elucidations in reducing disaster risks and preventing potential damage and losses through scientific wide-ranging assessment, capacity development, project management, and multilateral cooperation among stakeholders. It is an avenue for all the stakeholders to understand, plan, develop, and implement not only the best science and evidence-based strategies, but also the most humane and gender-responsive schemes. Climate Smart Philippines covers 81 provinces, 146 cities, 1,488 municipalities, and 42,046 barangays. And when we say Climate Smart Philippines, we have 2 particular approaches: climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation, navigating resilience and sustainability. So when we say climate change mitigation, we provide solutions on how greenhouse gas emissions are going to be reduced. And for climate change adaptation, this is where we assess and manage our risks. So what is the real essence of Climate Smart Philippines? First, Climate Smart Philippines applies the power of multi-stakeholder participatory mechanism. This is where we travel to different parts of the country, we train, we empower different stakeholders, we ask questions, and we do it in a focus group discussion. So in this particular approach, under the power of multi-stakeholder participatory mechanism, it is actually clustered in 4 ways: the biophysical assessment, the socioeconomic assessment, the psychological impact assessment, and the last one is the religiosity and spirituality. Now, when we say biophysical assessment, this is where we ask our stakeholders what happened before and what is happening right now. For instance, under the biophysical assessment, how many tropical cyclones that entered PAR, a Philippine Air Responsibility, before, and how are we going to compare the number of tropical cyclones that entering Philippine Air Responsibility nowadays? How are you going to compare the temperature before and the temperature right now? And how are you going to compare the rainfall before and how are you going to compare it nowadays? Now, these are just some of the examples, and we take into consideration under the biophysical assessment. The next one is about the socio-economic assessment. So when we say socio-economic assessment, this is where, for example, for our farmers, how are you going to compare your crop yields? What were their crop yields before, and how are they going to compare their crop yields right now? And what about their earnings? How are we going to compare their earnings before, and how are they going to compare their earnings now? And these are just some of the examples. Now, this is very interesting. The next one will be psychological impact assessment. I am not a psychologist, but we have a psychologist in our team. And under this particular approach is we wanted to measure the level of anxiety, depression, trauma that these different stakeholders experience every time there's a disaster. And one of the solutions that we had in 2013, when Super Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda made its landfall, more than 10,000 people died. So when we went to the areas that were devastated by this particular Category 5 tropical cyclone, these are some of the answers. We found out that in terms of post-traumatic growth, all right, post-traumatic growth, we found out that the more they experience different types of hazards, the more they are exposed to different climate hazards, their post-traumatic growth is high. So if you are new to a certain disaster, if it is your first time to experience this climate hazard, therefore your post-traumatic growth is low. Now, another thing, this is very, very, very interesting. Philippines is, we have so many religious sectors, religions. Now, we also found out that the people who were devastated, and the people who survived from these disasters, you know what they told us? You know what they mentioned? The reason why they were able to survive was because of their faith. And that's the reason why faith is considered to be a resilient armor for the Philippines. Now, the next thing is Harvard Climate Smart Philippines, all right? It is considered to be science and evidence-based. So we use global climate models. We use global climate models, for instance, on how we're going to provide trends and projections. We use GCMs, all right? We use GCMs to understand what's going to happen in the future. For example, in some of our provinces, we use these GCMs if we want to know if the temperature is going to increase in 30 years or in 60 years. The same thing with rainfall. What is going to happen to a certain province if the temperature and rainfall or precipitation are going to increase? That's why we use these climate models, scientific assessment to understand that. And the reason why it is also science and evidence-based, we want to make sure that the experiences of our stakeholders are properly validated. And that's the reason why we have science models and science evidence-based solutions. Another thing is we assess the risk, right? We assess the risk. And how do we do that? In terms of climate hazards, exposure, and vulnerability. Since this is Climate Smart Philippines, in terms of assessing the risk, in terms of climate hazard, you have your tropical cyclones, you also have your flooding, we also have our sea level rise, drought, rain-induced landslides. Now, who are exposed from all these hazards or climate hazards? Number one, people. If the population is exposed from these hazards, therefore, we use particular 2 vulnerability parameters. We use the human poverty incidence, and the other one is the human development index. Under the HDI, or Human Development Index, we have the age, education, income. Who are more vulnerable to different types of hazards? The people who are young or the people who are old? In terms of education, who are again more vulnerable? The people who have education, or the people who don't have any training on how it's going to how this climate change is going to be addressed. And the last one, who are again more vulnerable from these disasters, from these hazards? The people who are rich or the people who are poor. So summing them up, your edge education income, you will be able to understand your HDI, and we use that HDI to partner with your exposure and of course your climate hazard. Then you will be able to assess the risk. Now, if you ask me, oh Glenn, what about if the exposure is our asset? What about if our exposure is our building, our infrastructure? What is your vulnerability parameter? The vulnerability parameter that we use is our GDP, or gross domestic product, in terms of damages and losses. So again, if you have hazard, exposure, vulnerability, then you have the risk. So another thing, Climate Smart Philippines is people-centered. So we travel, I mentioned this a while ago, we travel different parts of the country because we train, we empower them, we empower our stakeholders, because this particular approach or this particular advocacy cannot be done by one particular person alone. You need different stakeholders. You need the national government agencies, the local government units. You need your NGOs, your civil society organizations, the community of farmers, fisher folks, the youth, the women, the church leaders, and even the persons with disabilities. And these are the people that you have to empower and let them understand that they have the value to save the planet and to address these issues, address the impacts and risks of climate change. So what do we also do? We strengthen our collaboration with the private sector. And in the private sector, the approach is not just resilient, not just about resiliency, but we help them to address their sustainability concerns. For instance, the net zero emission roadmap. So before we can create a net zero emission roadmap for our private sector partners, what we do is to assess their greenhouse gas or their carbon footprint from the different sources, covering scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, because it's the only way for you to know the only way for you to know and to understand if you will be able to attain your net zero emissions by 2050. It will be very hard for a certain organization to attain net zero emission or carbon neutrality by 2050 if you don't know your baseline, if you don't know what you emit. And that's the reason why we give that particular service. So another thing I mentioned, that's for the private sector, but for the local government units, for the local communities, for our farmers, for our fisher folks, for our indigenous people, these are some of the answers that we got from them. Glenn, we are not scientists like you. Glenn, we're not policymakers. How are we going to help the environment? How can we transform the lives of our people? My answer would always be, you don't have to be a scientist like me. You don't have to be a science diplomat to make a difference. It's all about transforming your passion into action. Just think of what you can provide and not what you can get. So summing them up, under Climate Smart Philippines, in this particular program, we were able to capacitate more than 800 government agencies and local government units in the Philippines, more than 500 academia, colleges and universities, more than 500 groups from the private sector, and more than 500 groups of CSOs, NGOs, communities of farmers, fishermen, indigenous people, women, youth, church leaders, and persons with disabilities. So before I add my presentation, of all these disasters that are happening in the Philippines, Climate Smart Philippines is more than an advocacy. It is more than science, technology, innovation, and policy. Climate Smart Philippines is about bringing the people all together, not only to be trained to come up with the most sustainable and resilient solutions, but also to inspire others to serve humanity wholeheartedly. And my last message for you, of all these disasters that are happening, not only the Philippines, but all around the globe, always remember that God answers our prayers in 4 ways. Yes, 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 no, no, yes, and no, no. So what do we mean by that? Yes, yes, God. Yes, I'm going to give it to you because it is good for you. No, yes, I'm not going to give it to you today because I know it's not good for you, but you're going to have it someday. Yes, no, I am going to give it to you, but not the way you want it. And no, no, I am not going to give it to you because it is not good for you. Thank you so much for listening.
Good morning and welcome back to Harvard Climate Action Week. Up next is a great presentation on how policy can scale private investment in climate finance with Eli Sandler.
Great, thank you so much. It's really good to be here. I'm going to share a presentation and we'll get started. You can hear me okay, right? Cool. I can't share my screen, which is a shame.
Oh, what's happening?
I guess while we wait for that, I will briefly introduce myself. So I'm Eli Sandler. I teach along with my colleague Dan Schrag at the Harvard Kennedy School, a new course that we started this year called Financing the Clean Energy Transition. So basically the idea is to say that climate finance has a particular problem, unlike a lot of other types of public policy, where, as I'm going to share in my presentation, if I get to share my screen, is that we need private capital. And so the course we teach at Harvard together, here we are, is about how we can use public policy to get more private investment in climate change, in adaptation and mitigation and loss and damage. I'm going to run through a couple slides, but really these are just a springboard to talk about some of both the topics we discuss in our class. It's one of the largest classes at the Harvard Kennedy School, about 100 students. And then also my background is I worked for about 10 years at Morgan Stanley, helping run the sustainable finance business. And then now I work in climate finance. So what is it that public policy can do to increase the numbers I'm about to show you? So climate finance needs vastly outpace climate finance flows and commitments. In other words, the amount of money that scientific modeling suggests we need to invest in the economy to reach the targets we've set at places like Paris, that vastly exceeds what we are seeing today. So this is kind of my own compilation of the different climate finance flows we see. We have about $1.3 trillion invested in climate change mitigation. That means anything that reduces emissions. Principally, that's renewable energy generation, so basically paying for utility scale renewable energy. It's also things like transmission, it's electric vehicles, it's anything that can replace a hydrocarbon with a renewable energy source. We have under $100 billion invested in adaptation, and we have a tiny, tiny commitment to the loss and damage fund, announced at COP last year. This is what is currently happening. These are the flows we currently see in the world. And then this is what, and we're going to talk a little bit about where these numbers came from. This is what we maybe want to get to. Mitigation, if we go by the pledges made on cross-border flows at places like COP15, the Paris Agreement, and we go on the best modeling from, you can see the sources of this slide, the Climate Policy Initiative or the Grantham Institute, we want about $6 trillion total of investment by 2030. People think about $5.5 trillion of that needs to be in mitigation, maybe $400 billion in adaptation, and maybe $300 billion in loss and damage fund. I'm going to be talking about mitigation for reasons I'll get to. And it's basically that we think that private capital can be mobilized in climate change mitigation. If you think about what you're actually funding, it's probably an extremely productive asset. It's something that generates electricity that could be used for powering someone's home. People will pay for that. It's an electric vehicle. People will pay for that. Adaptation is a little bit harder. The classic adaptation project is a seawall. Maybe you can structure something interesting based on insurance, but essentially that's an asset that doesn't produce revenue. The same with, let's say, changing the way we build hospitals or the way we build houses. It's just an expense. It's not a productive investment. So it's very, very hard to get private capital in there. So what I'm going to focus on is policies to help increase financing and mitigation. And what I'm hoping is, this is a very short presentation, and we spend a whole course doing this at Harvard. What I'm hoping is that there's some familiarity by the end of this kind of 20 minutes on what are the numbers and what are the things we can do to reach them. So one important thing before we dive into the figures is that climate change mitigation, it's very important to remember, it basically means investment in energy. So we're basically trying to increase energy usage, but do it in ways that don't emit CO2. So often in discussions of climate change, we think about a trade-off between energy policy and climate policy because we're trying to limit hydrocarbons. And the way I want people to think about climate change mitigation is to say, actually, if you're interested in, let's say, development finance or interested in industrial policy, these are essentially the same thing. This $5.5 trillion that we're going to talk about is basically just investment in energy, which is an investment in development. I just went for some projects we're working on to Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi, and we're trying to build their large hydropower plants, transmission lines, and then electricity distribution, basically hooking households up to the grid. And from a climate change mitigation point of view, we're trying to get people to, instead of cooking with charcoal, which is bad for human health, and also reduces emissions because you're burning charcoal, we're trying to hook them up to zero emissions electricity. Now, that counts as climate change mitigation. There's fewer emissions from the charcoal. But actually, that's very, very similar to development policy. So let's put some of these numbers in context. This is the history of the amount we've invested in total in kind of energy transition stuff, about $1.5 trillion per year. That's a combination of mitigation, adaptation, and whatever loss and damage there is. And as I said, the estimate, and this comes from a variety of sources, this is led by something called the Songway and Stern report, is about $6 trillion. And one of the things, just as an example, in the first class we teach at Harvard, we say to people, what kind of climate policy interests you? And one of the things that often comes up is voluntary carbon markets. And so this is because people are interested in working with them. It seems almost like free money. Someone will pay you to reduce emissions, pay you to build energy, but also because they've got a lot of criticism. And I think it's important to keep a sense of scale. So for example, when we're thinking about different public policies, how big of a opportunity are carbon offsets? And on the screen, what you see is out of this $1.5 trillion, about 1.2 billion today is invested via carbon offsets. And of the 6 trillion we need to get to, a report from BCG, the consultancy in 2023, they said that they think carbon offsets will reach about $5 billion of investment by 2030. And in that report, they called the carbon markets thriving. And so this is not to cast aspersions on their analysis, but if the aspiration of the carbon market is $5 billion and we're trying to reach 6 trillion, this is not the key tool. The key tool is much, much, much broader in terms of public policy, and that's what I'm going to talk about for the next 15 minutes or so. So where does the investment come from? It's not carbon offsets. It's private investment. It's really, really standard types of public policy and private policy that increase investment. So at the moment, if you were to kind of go into the figures and just look at the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see that this is basically led by national governments and international development. So this is governments in the United States. This would be things like investing in the transmission line. And this is the IRA and spending on energy. International development is principally led by the World Bank. It's basically public coffers taking money and investing in the energy transition, principally in generation. There's a little bit of households, corporations in the financial system. And at the moment, it's about 35% of total climate investment in the world, but that varies hugely. So what these numbers hide is that about a third, maybe almost half of investment in the energy transition at the moment is private. But in Africa, it's less than 5%, and in America, it's more than 90%. So actually, we're doing very, very well in the United States in terms of crowding in private capital, which means you can get to just much, much larger sums of investment. But the problem is that we're not doing that in places like Africa and Southeast Asia, and that is actually where we need the investment. So some investment is needed in the United States to transform the economy. But the thing holding back the US, and we're going to get there, is not really capital, it's things like permitting. It's not a lack of money that's being willing to be invested. Not that private investors aren't willing to put money into the United States. It's that there's kind of other issues that aren't in the remit of this section. So where do we need to get to? We want to imagine that by 2030, the majority of investment in climate change is in the private sector. I would love to have time to go into how kind of each of these works. Households is obviously purchasing goods. This is principally driven by electric vehicles. Corporations is kind of companies investing in decarbonizing their supply chain. Think green steel, this kind of thing. And then the financial system is basically intermediating, giving loans. So what's going wrong? At the moment, lending to the Global South is negative. This means that they're actually paying out more money in debt repayment and interest repayment than is going in new loans. In other words, the way to think of this is kind of Africa as a whole, and we're going to talk about a couple of specific examples, is a net contributor to the budget, to the kind of, well, the capital account surplus of the West. I'll get to what that means in a second, but if we think about the previous slide, we need to scale up investment. Actually, at the moment, investment in where we need the new energy is going down. What is that and why? So first of all, there's been a massive contraction in Chinese lending. That's actually the reason you see the decline. There's not really a decline in lending from private creditors or truly private creditors or from the World Bank. It's basically because Chinese loans to Africa have gone to essentially zero. due to problems with the Chinese economy that we're not going to get into here. But what is the effect of that? And there's kind of two ways you can think about what people often call the climate finance gap. So you remember I showed this bar of 1.5 trillion and we need to get to 6. In some ways, that's a gap of $4.5 trillion. We're at 1.5 trillion, we need to get to 6. But actually, the world doesn't have a lack of money. It's not that we need to look behind the sofa and find $4.5 trillion. The climate finance gap, in my mind, should not actually be expressed in terms of a volume of capital, but in terms of a cost of capital, because there is always money available. It just depends how much you have to pay for it. It depends what return on equity is demanded. It depends what is the interest rate on the loan you might get, and do you have the ability to pay? So what I'm going to spend basically the rest of my time talking about is cost of capital. And the title of the talk is policies to increase investment in climate finance. But for me, actually, given, as we've seen, what we need for climate finance is private investment. And as I'm going to get to, the thing holding back private investment is the cost of capital. This is really where we should be putting our focus in terms of policy. So all projects have a cost of capital. Again, I would love to go into this more, and it's what we do in our class. Really, really simple. The cost of capital is how much you have to pay to borrow money. So let's say that you're investing in a house, your cost of capital would be your mortgage rate. If you're a government, your cost of capital is probably your government bond, the borrowing rate. If you're building a solar farm, it's kind of the weighted average cost of capital of all the different instruments, from the equity investment from your shareholders to the kind of the bank loans you take out. And cost of capital is comprised of a lot of different building blocks. So you have a risk-free rate, which is normally based on the United States, and it's saying that like this is kind of the cheapest you could ever borrow money, hovering around 4%. You add sovereign risk, which is basically the country. So how risky is the country you're operating in? In the US, very, very low. No sovereign risk above the risk-free rate because it's America. In India, it's higher. In Nigeria, it's even higher. Currency risk. What happens if your currency depreciates and you can't pay it back? And then project risk, specific things to, let's say, a new technology. And the problem is that in a lot of emerging markets, you get to a cost of capital that looks like, this is an example from Kenya, 19%. And a fundamental principle of kind of business, economics, finance is that economic value exists in the difference between how much you have to pay to borrow and then what return you can generate. So basically, if you could think of your cost of capital here, any return you get above your cost of capital is profit. But if you're borrowing at 19% and your project returns 17% or 15%, you've just lost money. And so what this does is it means that any project in developing countries, climate projects, or any other project, because they have such a high cost of capital, the bar to make the investment viable for the private sector just gets higher and higher and higher, in part because they have to pay out more money to kind of servicing debt, and in part because what people sometimes call the no-go threshold is so high. You have to be making more than 19% in Kenya on your project to be creating any economic value. Economic value being the difference between cost of capital and the return. And unfortunately, there just aren't projects in Kenya, really, that are stable and secure and renewable that return that level of investment. If you compare this to the United States, let's say you can borrow at 4%, the body of projects you can invest in is so much higher. And that's why I said that in the US, the thing holding back investment is not really cost of capital, not a lack of private sector investment, it's things like permitting. People can't put money in even if they want to. Connections to the grid, this kind of thing. So what does this mean? Well, if we look at the 10-year government bonds in a whole bunch of different countries, you'll see just how high the cost of capital is. Now, remember, this is just the first kind of couple building blocks. This is the risk-free rate plus the sovereign risk. There's also currency risk. These are US dollar. There's also project risk. This is the cheapest you can borrow in Pakistan, the cheapest you can borrow in Egypt, the cheapest you can borrow in Angola. The red color means that they're kind of negotiating a restructuring with the IMF. And what you'll see is that in Pakistan, the risk-free rate essentially is above 15%, close to 20%. Same in Egypt, same in Angola. And so this just really drives up the unviability of any private sector projects. One other interesting thing to note that, again, is kind of a side topic that we deal, it's a little bit more economics-y in the class, is the difference between 2020 and 2024, just in the risk-free rate, because the Fed tightened interest rates in the United States, basically from 2022. The base of that cost of capital has doubled from about 2% to 4.5%. And so projects in general are just getting harder to finance because the threshold, the go, no go, for what you need is so much higher. This has a lot of impacts, and we're going to talk about renewable energy in a second. But I just want to take a step back for one slide and say that this is actually a much wider problem than climate finance. This is a huge problem for governments in general. Climate finance, to some extent, is discretionary spending. You could be investing in seawall of its adaptation or renewable energy if you have this policy goal of decarbonizing your economy. But you also have things like healthcare, you have things like urban development. And if you look at what cost of capital does to government budgets, it's to me quite shocking. So more than 50% of Pakistan's government budget, you can see this on the slide, is paid out as interest payments. So more than half of the government budget of what Pakistan collects will need to go to pay back its creditors. Same in Egypt. And what this actually means is that there's not enough money to kind of pay government salaries, let alone create discretionary investments and close in on that gap of $4.5 trillion to get to 6. And this is basically why I said that cost of capital is really the way I would think about climate finance gap, because there are plenty of people right now that will be willing to lend to Pakistan or whatever, incredibly high interest rate it is, 20%, but nothing is economically viable. And so while, yes, the output of what we need is $4.5 trillion more of investment, what we need to target is not directly the investment, it's lowering the cost of capital. And this is particularly a problem for renewable energy, and this is my last slide before I kind of talk about policies, because if you look at the financing structure of how kind of dirty fossil fuel industries get funded versus renewables, renewable projects are much more capital intensive. This means that basically you invest loads of money now, you borrow, you build a very, very expensive nuclear facility, transmission line, EV factory, and then you probably have very low OPEX. You're not paying for fuel, OPEX being operating expenses. And so the kind of the temporal bit, the time when you spend money is really, really weighted towards the front. You can see this on the chart. CapEx, capital expenditure, kind of upfront cost for a fossil fuel project on average. This comes in at 8%. The vast majority of costs are OPEX. And the OPEX costs, paying for fuel, they're paid out of your revenue. So you get the fuel, you make the power, you sell the power, you set to buy the fuel. The problem is that because there is such high CapEx costs for renewable projects, even though they have very small OPEX, they're very, very sensitive to financing costs. Because the amount you're having to pay to borrow to get that CapEx investment is gone up. And so that's my last slide, to say that there's this problem generally about cost of capital and countries doing investments in general. And even if they had all the will in the world and investors wanted to lend to them at the market rate, if the cost of capital is too high, it's a problem because the private sector won't get involved, and we know the private sector is necessary for the energy transition. This is particularly a problem, indeed, for the energy transition. Actually, it means that when financing rates are high, you have a natural preference as an investor or a government to work in more pollutive industries. The final thing then is, what do we do about this? And the answer is actually the same types of policy interventions that we've been doing for 50 years. Some successful, some unsuccessful. This is things like blended finance, putting up guarantees, cheap loans, cheap equity investments. We can conceptualize things like carbon credits, not necessarily as kind of that small, tiny line I showed in the first slide of revenue, but maybe a way to access upfront financing. It's something I'm working on through something called Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Other things as well. So you can use the tax system to give tax rebates to increase returns and decrease cost of capital. The policies, actually, generally speaking, are kind of known. Like we know how to fund things. What we have to think about is that the energy transition and the climate finance gap is not a gap in terms of like finding a stack of dollars. What it is making sure that there is money available to be borrowed for investment in renewables and transmission and everything we need. And there's a great body of literature on it. And if any of you are Harvard students, I would encourage you to take our class next year. So I think with that, I'm out of time. I actually don't know how this ends. But thank you. It's been great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beatriz Figueiredo. I am from Brazil, but I've been living in New York for almost 80 years now. I recently graduated from Harvard Extension School with a master's in sustainability. Today, I'm presenting my consulting capstone project. I am sorry I'm not able to be with you live. The Casa do Barú project is about preserving native vegetation by the sustainable harvest of forest products, particularly Barú nuts, which you see here in the picture. I am sure most of you haven't heard of Barú nuts, but we will soon be going into more details about this powerful superfood. The Sustainable Action Plan was developed for the Climate Smart Institute, a Brazilian NGO that works with sustainable agriculture and projects dedicated to fostering environmental preservation and entrepreneurship in rural communities in Brazil. This particular project on deforestation by generating income from harvesting native fruits and seeds. To start, I want to tell you about the Cerrado biome, or the Brazilian savanna. It is this green area here on the map. It is the second largest biome in Brazil behind the Amazon, here to the north and northeast. To give you one idea of the area we're talking about, the Cerrado is more than 2.5 times the size of Texas. The red pin on the map shows the location of the Cerrado Circular Program at the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. The Cerrado is a vital biome to the health of the country and that of Latin America. It is deemed Brazil's water tank because its waters feeds 8 of Brazil's 12 major hydrographic basins, sustaining also 3 aquifers, including the Guarani aquifer system. The Guarani is the second largest aquifer in the world, spanning through Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. The Cerrado is also the most biodiverse savanna in the world, with 5% of the world's biodiversity. Pictured here are some of the biome's typical plants and animals, including endangered animals species like the tapir, the jaguar, the giant anteater, and the maned wolf. It is also important to notice that 40% of its woods and 50% of its bees are endemic. The Cerrado is also home to 20 million people, including traditional peoples and 83 distinct indigenous ethnic groups. However, the Cerrado is currently the most deforested biome in Brazil. In 2023, the Cerrado was responsible for 60% of all deforestation that happened in Brazil. Deforestation rates grew 70% from 2023 to 2024. The loss of native vegetation is due to an intense agricultural expansion. Despite all that, only 88% of the biome is officially protected. The Cerrado Circular works with 2 communities, you can see them here in the pictures, encompassing about 1,200 families. These communities are part of settlements resulting from the Brazilian government's land redistribution program. In this type of program, each family receives a plot of land to create their small-scale farm and also an area of protected native reservation, where they can harvest forest products but not clear the land. They are provided with basic infrastructure such as housing, dirt roads, water, and electricity, but they do not receive any kind of technical training, tools, or machinery to work the land. There are no schools, no rec centers, or any kind of markets and stores within the settlements. This results in a lack of integration with other families and low connection with consumer markets. As a result, most families dedicate themselves to subsistence agriculture and milk cattle raising. Although they are not permitted to lease or sell their lands, many end up doing so, signing informal long-term contracts with large-scale landowners. Moreover, geographically, these lands are located on a high-value agricultural corridor at the outskirts of the highway that connects Cuiabá, the capital of Mato Grosso do Sul, to São Paulo, the economic powerhouse of the country. As such, their lands are highly valuable and coveted by large-scale farmers and cattle ranchers. The objective of the Cerrado Circular is to generate income for the community, offering them an alternative to clear-cutting their plots to raise cows or plant crops, and also to provide income and work for the women in the community, since most of men already find employment in nearby larger families, and the women stay behind tending to their land. Many women already harvest native fruits and seeds to make products such as jams, breads, cookies, and they sell or trade them informally within their communities. However, they have no access to an industrial kitchen or to markets to scale the sales of their production.
The Cerrado's circular goal is to set up an agro-industry, the Barú House, to process Barú nuts and develop the Barú value chain in Mato Grosso do Sul. This sustainable action plan was designed to analyze the required infrastructure to set up the agro-industry, develop the distribution strategy and the product mix, identify potential partners, and assess the financial viability of the operation. But why focus on Barú over other native fruits and seeds? Traditional peoples have consumed Barú fruit and nuts for generations for their nutritional properties and medicinal power. They believe eating Barú nuts has aphrodisiac powers, increasing vigor and fertility. For decades, Barú has been sold at local and regional markets, providing a source of supplementary income for the families who harvest them. Recently, the nuts, which are actually seeds, have gained international attention, achieving the status of superfood due to their high nutritional profile. Barú is considered the healthiest nut on the market, and you can see that on the table. The average Barú nut contains more protein and fiber than most nuts while being lower in calories. It has a high content of essential micronutrients like potassium, magnesium, zinc, and iron. It also has high antioxidant powers and vitamin E. Because of all that, the market for Barú is rapidly growing. Today, you can even find Barú nuts on the shelves of the Whole Foods markets in America. Also, Barú trees are extraordinary trees. They are fast-growing, they start producing fruits in 6 years, they can reach more than 40 feet in height and display a dense canopy that provides vital shade for the cattle. An adult tree can produce an average of 330 pounds of fruit in a season. Baruzeiros, as the trees are known, are nitrogen-fixing trees, which means that it contributes to soil improvement by converting atmospheric nitrogen into a plant-available form of nitrogen in the soil. Because of all these characteristics, baruzeiros have a great potential to be used for the recuperation of degraded areas. Roasted Barú nuts are the most valuable and commercialized product from the Barú fruit. However, Barú nuts correspond to only 5% of the total weight of the fruit. Although there are many potential uses for the pulp and the woody endocarp, none have been commercialized at scale yet. We started this SAP analyzing the key challenges of Barú production and commercialization and identified 4 main categories. On the supply side, Barú can only be collected from the floor during 3 or 4 months a year. Once the rainy season starts, the fruits rot on the floor. Gathering Barú fruits is hard work. The fruit is heavy and the trees may be relatively far from each other, spread out in pasture land and pockets of native vegetation. Extracting and transporting the fruits is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Also, there's a lack of trust in NGOs and projects that come and go in the short term, or initiatives that do not take into consideration the community's views and experiences. All of this result in low engagement from the community members. Also, production capacity of the area remains unknown, making it hard to plan collection routes, logistics, and organization in general. The quality is influenced by 2 key factors, the high perishability of the nut and the challenge of controlling roasting temperature and delivering a homogeneous product. Nuts are sensitive to prolonged exposure to light, air, and moisture, requiring raw nuts to be packaged and refrigerated for no more than 30 days before roasting. Inexperience in roasting can compromise the quality of the final product and consumer acceptance. Costs are not a big challenge. They are influenced by the logistics of transporting and storing a high volume of Barú nuts. Other driver of cost is the lack of extraction technology. Usually, Barú is extracted one by one in artisanal machines like the one you see here in the picture. Developing an affordable automatic extraction machine is the holy grail of Barú nut production. And finally, there is the challenge to monetize the 95% of residues left behind from nut extraction. So now we're ready for the recommendations. The SAP calculated the costs of each recommended action and also developed a suggested timeline for them. Unfortunately, we do not have time to go over the details, but this slide incorporates cost ranges of each block of recommendations. The first recommendation is to increase the supply of Barú to gain scale. Due to the high costs of operations, plant operations should not start until production capacity reaches 3 metric tons of nuts. To make harvesting Barú more attractive for community members, we must reduce uncertainty by guaranteeing the production purchase and price for the first 2 years. There is also a need to double the investment in training to increase collection efforts and output, and to map the location and production capacity of trees. The next set of recommendations is to invest in delivering quality products. Many families, as we said, roast Barú in their homes and sell them in plastic pouches, an artisanal production that leads to poor quality and damage the product image. To increase quality, we must verticalize operations in a single facility, implementing standardized processes and investing in quality control and technical training. Investing in quality packaging to preserve product integrity is also essential. Next, there is the need to monetize the residues. And the low-hanging fruit here is to produce biocharcoal, to be used as an alternative fuel to wood-burning stove, which is what the communities use to cook, and sell the excess production as charcoal for grilling. It is also important to partner with local universities in product development, but we will talk about partnerships in a moment. Finally, acquiring certifications like organic certified and fair trade is crucial to opening local and international markets. Partnerships are indispensable for bolstering governance, hastening technical development, and facilitating access to markets and financial resources. These collaborations can reduce operational costs through shared resources and knowledge. Out of all the potential partnerships identified, I would like to highlight the partnership with Embrapa, the renowned Brazilian agricultural corporation, known for its innovative research. Embrapa has a long history of supporting family agriculture and rural development. Public, federal, and state universities in the Cerrado region have a lot of expertise in agriculture production, given that it is the region's main economic activity. Most of them have published research on native Cerrado fruits and are putting a lot of effort into developing products with Barú pulp and endocarp. Trust and internal disputes are big challenges when working on community development projects in general. It is not different here. However, for a project to be successful, it is crucial to gain community buy-in. For the successful establishment of the Casa do Barú operation, a dedicated local project coordinator is indispensable, assuming the role of on-site project leader. In addition to managing day-to-day operations, the project leader will identify and cultivate partnerships, liaise with local stakeholders, and develop and oversee training and events calendar, collaborating closely with community leaders. Also, to build a strong foundation within the community, the project must invest in training and developing community leaders, empowering them to address practical organizational matters and provide valuable technical assistance to the families. Their involvement is essential in fostering cooperation, trust, empowerment, and accountability within the community. In time, community leaders should transition from volunteer roles to compensated positions, recognizing their evolving responsibilities. We developed a distribution strategy for the next 6 years, adopting a phased approach to climb the distribution channel steps from low aggregate value production during the initial operations phase to more sophisticated markets. The distribution strategy is segmented into 2 phases, each lasting 3 to 5 years, representing the estimated time to transition into the following distribution level. The initial phase is focused on establishing the agro industry. At this stage, Casa do Barú will sell at local fairs and markets and supply local businesses. They will also participate in the National School Meal Program to supply Barú enriched bread to local schools and distribute wholesale to secure early contracts for roasted nuts in bulk. The second stage is when production reaches 4 or more tons of nut production. Then it will target local and regional retailers, focusing on fitness, wellness, etc., offer online products on leading marketplaces, and participate in food fairs. It is also time to start developing exclusive premium brands and to hire a sales representative. At present, the vast majority of Barú products available in the market are natural flavored roasted nuts. There is a significant opportunity to develop a more varied product mix. So we first recommend expanding beyond the natural flavored roasted nuts to include a variety of options such as roasted, salted, chocolate dipped, caramelized, etc. We also recommend to broaden the range of package sizes to offer convenient products tailored to diverse consumer needs. Second, we recommend developing Barú sub-products, including granola, cereal bar, and trail mix. And finally, aligning with the strategy of monetizing Barú residues, we suggest selling charcoal for grilling.
The SAP estimates an initial investment for the processing plant to be $37,500, primarily allocated to buying equipment and building the plant infrastructure, including the charcoal ovens. A detailed financial analysis identified salaries, technical assistance, rent, training, and promotion as the main drivers of the high operational costs, resulting in losses during the 2024 to 2029 period. The break-even point is projected at a sales volume of 13,400 kilos of nuts. This should be attainable in an additional 2 to 3 years, conditional on a sustainable production growth. Casa do Barú is expected to be a long-term, cost-intensive project, but it has an enormous potential for generating income to the local communities, giving them an incentive to preserving native vegetation. In the long run, the agro-industry can be used to process other native fruits. We found that the success of this social environmental project hinges on 3 pillars: training and technical assistance, production, and commercialization, supported by robust partnerships and local leadership to engage and empower communities. Please feel free to email me with any questions or comments. I'll be happy to share more about the project with you. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Harvard Climate Action Week. I'm so pleased that our next presentation will be by a Harvard Extension School graduate, Raeda Addoum, and she will talk about the different needs for fleets to be unique and customized. During this session, you'll be able to ask questions live. So please scan the QR code on the screen and you'll be able to type questions into a document that we will then use as part of the moderated Q&A. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Raeda.
Thank you, Lindi. And thank you all for joining me today. And before I introduce myself or even dive into today's topic, I would like to share a personal moment. Here is my 15-month-old son. He's captivated by the garbage truck outside of our home. He's like many other toddlers. He's fascinated with those massive trucks that they drive through the neighborhood, collect the trash, and leave. So if you noticed here, I kept him on a far distance from the truck. It's not just for his own safety, but I don't want him to inhale all those bad pollutants into his lungs. Unfortunately, these massive trucks drive to where we live, where our kids grow and develop. So let's reflect for a moment. Is that really the best that we can do for our generation, for our future generation? I am sure that the answer is a resounding no for all of you, right? So this concern is what drove my capstone project for my master's in sustainability. I had the privilege of working with a wonderful city that puts the residents' well-being first. That's the city of Medicine Hat, CMH in Alberta, Canada. I am Raeda Addoum, and I crafted the Sustainability Action Plan for the city to transition their heavy-duty fleets to a greener alternative. And what I did is, for the project today, I will just walk you through some of the opportunities and risks, the challenge that I faced with this project, the recommendation that I developed for the city, and the implementation plan for the recommendations. CMH is a mid-sized city known to be the sunniest city in Canada, although many other Canadian cities claim that title too. The city is rich in natural resources, especially natural gas, but recently they're diversifying away from gas and they're aiming to upgrade their fleet to a greener one and reducing their carbon emissions. And in the next slide, I will explain why is that crucial for Alberta to reduce emissions. To understand the importance of the transition, we need to look at the bigger picture. As we all know, carbon emissions is a worldwide problem, but Canada stands out as one of the highest emitting countries per capita per year. Alberta is a leader emitter among Canadian provinces. It's shown here in green. Its emissions are a staggering 58 tons per capita. To put that in perspective, only Wyoming and North Dakota in the United States have higher emission per capita. But the good news are that Alberta is very aware of this issue. They're working so hard to reduce their carbon emissions, and they're being a leader in clean energy. So now let's focus on one of the major contributors to those emissions, the transportation sector. I guess many business professionals and entrepreneurs are aware with the 20 to 80 rule, which is when the 20% of the effort drive the 80% of the result. In the context of heavy-duty fleet, let me tell you that rule is even more pronounced because heavy-duty fleets are only 3% of all vehicles, but they are responsible for 50% of the emission. That's equivalent to the remaining 97% of the other light-duty vehicle. So this disparity actually underscores the importance of focusing on heavy-duty fleets in our effort to reduce carbon emission faster. Given the significant impact of the heavy-duty fleet, my client has a specific requirement. First, to build a total cost of ownership for different kinds of vehicles, TCO model, and then to investigate the charging and infrastructure and the fueling cost. And of course, considering other factors like the training, awareness, and the community engagement. Transitions are mainly fundamentally about people, right? So to ensure a smooth transition, we need to understand the key players involved in the equation. For the City of Medicine Hat, the key players are the city leadership, the fleet department, the residents, the worker, the operator, and drivers of the truck themselves. So I use the stakeholder matrix to analyze each power's group and interest, where they lay in the matrix, how they interact with each other to ensure a successful project. And here's the thing, when we embark on a project on a municipal scale, we might feel scared of the results. But when we analyze the opportunities that the project carry, and be aware already of the risks that might the project carry, we will feel more confident and more empowered to pursue. So some of the opportunities for the City of Medicine Hat is to leverage the federal subsidies to have an impact beyond the CMH fleet, and of course to enhance the well-being for the residents and wildlife as well. And this one is especially important for CMH because it's gonna attract new talent and newcomer. And while some of the risks are the financial costs, the electrical grid capacity, and the market availability for other alternatives to choose from, and of course not rushing to overinvest in infrastructure that they might not use later. And the last one here is the public opinion about this transition. For the financial analysis, I developed a total cost of ownership model that calculates one-time and ongoing operational costs. And what I found while comparing the TCO for electrical, hydrogen, compressed natural gas, and diesel truck, that the BEVs have a higher initial cost due to acquisition prices than diesel and natural gas, but they do have a lower operational cost, and that eventually will accumulate to a lower TCO model through their lifespan. While we can see in orange here, the hydrogen have the highest initial and operational costs. The two graphs over here illustrate the TCO composition over 10 years for the diesel and electrical truck. We can see obviously that the diesel have a big portion that goes to expenses like fuel, repair, and maintenance, while the initial cost is dominating the electrical truck. The second model is to keep or replace model. This model will help the city to make informed decision when they want to transition from diesel to other alternatives. So to make it easier, let's take an example of an old 8-year-old diesel garbage truck. So by the end of its lifespan, this truck will have higher expenses and repair and maintenance and fueling, and it will have significant higher carbon emissions. So now the question, what is wiser for the City of Medicine Hat is to keep that truck, pay all those extra expenses and the higher emissions, or just simply replace it with a new truck and invest in a BEV. So the model will be there for them to calculate the net present value for the old and new truck. And then we'll calculate the equivalent annual cost, the EAC. And the city here will choose the one with the lower annual cost. And in our example here, it's going to be the BEV shown in green. While cost is very important, there are some other factors that are equally important too, like pollution and maintenance, range anxiety for the vehicles, the impact of cold weather on the vehicle performance itself. And here the graph on the right shows and emphasizes how different kind of fleet require different kind of solutions. BEVs are ideal for the municipal use. Why? Because of their short range use and the low payload demand. While if you can notice here, the higher range use, long range use and higher payload demand requires another alternatives like hydrogen or compressed natural gas. Back to carbon emissions, BEVs do not cause any pollution in residential areas, even when we are accounting their power generation. They emit 63% less carbon than diesel, while hydrogen only emits 15% less than diesel. So based on this thorough research, I developed 4 sets of recommendations for the city. The first one is to phase in BEVs and avoid hydrogen for now. I know that seems a bit strange, but bear with me, I will explain why. First, let's take a look why BEVs make great for the city. Because of their short range use, they do not pollute residential areas, they can be charged during optimal times, and there are more options in the market for the city to choose from. And of course, we don't want to forget the lowest TCO model over their lifespan. While BEVs are great, what about hydrogen? Why did I advise the city to stay away just for now? Because now it still have the highest TCO cost. It requires very costly infrastructure, and it does not provide significant greenhouse gas emission reduction. And the market for hydrogen is still developing, but definitely hydrogen is a big part of the future. So they have to be informed and update and add when the technology advanced even more. Now let's discuss some of the charging and infrastructure. It's recommended that the city purchases vehicles with telematics because they can optimize their charging times during optimal time and when the renewable energy supply is high. For overnight charging, the city could only use 50 kilowatts charger because of their lower costs and sufficient use for the city. Of course, for higher capacity chargers, they can be used for trucks that actually need shorter time of charging. Training is another key component for the city. Most BEVs manufacturers, they provide comprehensive support for designing charging system and training employees. The city definitely could benefit from that. And the city should train their employees on high voltage safety. I included in my report so many resources about the training from Canadian universities. And the city could consider also forming a green team for the transition to make it easier. And they could train one of their employees to become trainer for the others. And in this way, they can lower the cost of training. For the awareness and community engagement, the city could enhance the visibility of the new trucks by writing signs on the truck themselves. And they could also engage the residents by creating town hall events that explains the plan and the purpose behind it. But the most important one is that the city could partner and communicate with other mid-sized cities to communicate their needs for the manufacturer, so the manufacturer actually could listen to their requirements, and due to they have more options to choose from in the market. To aid in the decision-making for the city, there were the monetary factors that we talked about before, but also there were some of the non-monetary factors, like the vehicle range, use, the capacity, the telematics, and integrating new technology. And of course, the city could test different charging optimization system for different vehicle use. And they could do the same with different size batteries. So now, after all those recommendations, there was a implementation map to ensure a proper implementation for those recommendations. For each, it was divided to 3 steps. For each step or phase of this plan, there was a study of the time, value, cost, action, ownership of the step was provided in the report. The first phase is the testing phase, where the city will test with only 5% of their fleet to ensure uninterrupted service to the resident. The second stage is the transition, when the city will start to transition all their diesel vehicles to other options when they are nearing their end of their lifespan, or maybe earlier, depends on the economic of the decision. And when the transition is completed, there will be a ZEV's optimization. It will be an ongoing task to ensure high efficiency at the lowest cost. So now, just to wrap it up, and in conclusion, I would like to say that this project is not only unique to the city of Medicine Hat. This project or this plan could be implemented to different kind of cities, size of cities, and different size of fleets. So moving toward more sustainable future, definitely we need more sustainable cities. And to be able to achieve that, we need to put people, health, well-being, and needs first. And no one alone can achieve that. So we need a collaboration between different stakeholders, from academic institutions to policymakers, civil society, and residents of the city. So let's be one powerful team toward more sustainable cities and more sustainable future. And thank you. Do we have any questions, Lindi?
We don't yet have any questions,
Okay.
but anybody who wants to ask a question, please go ahead and use your mobile device to scan that QR code on the screen, and we'll be able to ask and answer your questions live here in the studio. I've got a question while we're waiting for our audience. What's happening now? Since you finished your research, have you worked any more with the City of Medicine Hat to implement some of your recommendations?
Not yet, but we are communicating and see how this research will. It's part of their big research about how to update their fleet to a greener one, and this research will be a big component. And they will use the finding to make better informed, educated decisions when they're doing this transition.
That's great. So it looks like you did such a good job on your presentation that we don't have any questions.
Thank you.
So Raeda, I would just like to say thank you so much for sharing your research with us today.
Thank you.
I hope that it continues as you work with the City of Medicine Hat.
Thank you for having me. And yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll see all of you after lunch. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Harvard Climate Action Week at the studio. I'm Lindi Mutius, Director of the Climate Action Accelerator. Today, Harvard Climate Action Week moves fully virtual and gives Harvard students, recent alumni, and researchers a chance to share their expertise on a diverse range of topics. We're here today at Harvard DCE's Brattle Square studio. We'd really like to thank the Division of Continuing Education and its Emerging Technology Solutions team for hosting our sessions this year. For those of you who are just joining us, I'd like to share a little more about this week of events and what the Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability and the Climate Action Accelerator do. The mission of the Salata Institute is to develop and promote durable, effective, and equitable solutions to the climate change challenges confronting humanity. This institute serves as a fulcrum for collaboration across Harvard's many areas of expertise. Together, we pursue practical, real-world solutions that address all aspects of the climate crisis. And through the Climate Action Accelerator, we engage directly with governments, businesses, NGOs, and communities to collaboratively implement those solutions. Harvard Climate Action Week is one way that we live into that mission. 34 Harvard schools and centers have come together this week to highlight the work they are leading in climate action and to amplify the people both in the university and our external partners who do that work. Today and tomorrow, you'll hear from 18 members of the Harvard community, students, recent alumni, researchers, and fellows who will share their capstone and thesis work, talk about their startups, and share their emerging research. These speakers represent Harvard College and the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, as well as the Engineering School, the Business School, the Extension School, the Kennedy School of Government, the Graduate School of Design, and students who have worked closely with the Harvard Innovation Labs to develop products to solve aspects of the climate crisis. I hope you'll enjoy these presentations and that they will leave you with a sense of hope that we can solve the climate crisis. Let's get started. This afternoon's presentations are Dinesh C., who will share with us his research on the health and economic impact of vehicle fuel types and energy sources in Japan's top 10 cities, Henry Markarian and Jake Sweed, who will share how their startup is solving high-temperature electrobial microlysis, Munir Merali and Sebastian Groh, who are sharing their work on developing microgrid technology in Bangladesh, Lilly Shu, talking about sustainable development at the local level, and Tracy Lewis, who shares her work on developing financial regulation to mitigate the climate crisis. At the end of the day, I hope you'll feel like you have the right solutions to act on climate yourself. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dinesh C.
Thanks, Lindi. Thanks, Harvard, for giving me this opportunity. Before I go into my research, let me bring you a little bit back to not too long ago when I was a little kid. So when I was young, I loved playing with cars. I used to have a huge collection of Matchbox and Hot Wheels cars. I even have a garage that has elevators on it for them to park. As I got older, my toys got bigger. I started playing with remote control cars, not just the battery ones, but even the gasoline ones that run from 70 miles per hour. My neighbors weren't thrilled, but I was having the time of my life. My passion for cars continued to grow. I started subscribing to all the car major magazines. I would read all the car reviews, soaking up the details, the fastest cars from 0 to 60, the biggest engine V8 and V12. I even dreamt of starting my own car magazine that I can drive those cars myself. So when the time got to my legal age, I immediately went to get my driver's license. I just couldn't wait to sit behind the wheel and start driving. I was very grateful that my parents got me a car soon, and I started driving with my friends around. During college years, I would go on road trips, driving across states, or even up to Canada. In fact, I always tell people that I'm very good at converting miles to kilometers or gasoline to liters just because of my driving between the two countries. About 10 years ago, I got an opportunity to finally work in the automotive industry. I was developing an ADAS camera, advanced driving assistance system, that detects what's happening on the road and then alert drivers based on computer vision and sensor data. With that opportunity, I started thinking what else we can do with data coming from drivers, vehicles, or external conditions such as road conditions and weather. I started developing more applications, including a pothole detection that was featured in multiple publications. And when I started hearing more about sustainable transportation, I wanted to learn more. In my master's program here at Harvard in sustainability, I wrote my first paper related to the unsustainable sales of vehicles in Bangkok. For those who have been to Bangkok, you know how bad the traffic is. It's considered one of the worst in the world. To be exact, Bangkok ranks 108th out of 116 cities of being the world's worst traffic. Mumbai being the worst. Now, in Bangkok, you cannot have more than 2 meetings a day because you can easily be stuck in traffic for multiple hours, even if those meetings are just miles away. I started understanding that it's not traffic that is a problem. In Bangkok, car sales has continued to grow, and it's affect also the quality of life of people as well as the environment. After writing that paper, I really wanted to know what else city face when it comes to vehicles. I started to read more about the impact on humans' health, especially on cities and their people. It's not just frustration in traffic. When people are exposed to pollution coming from vehicles, it affects their health. In fact, numerous studies show that mobile combustion, the burning of fuel and gasoline in cars, have a direct effect to human health problems. The burning of fuel as well as the small particles coming from vehicles to PM10 and PM12 at 2.5 has a direct relationship to human health problems. I started understanding more about these health problems, and I realized that different engine types and different fuels have different problems as it depends on the miles per hour, as well as the MPG. So I started thinking what else we can do with that. And I started looking into the other things as well as the calculations coming from it, because we can now mathematically calculate the human health problems coming from vehicles. As someone who is fascinated about data, I wanted to learn more about that. Instead of reading about 0 to 60, I started reading about MPG as well as emission factors. I actually went to the EPA website here in the US, as well as the Ministry of Transportation site in Japan, and started pulling all the past 15 years of car data. What I wanted to do is to analyze how cars were built 10, 15 years ago compared to the recent ones. And during this time, I got a fascinating opportunities to compete in a Porsche Data Cup, a competition run by one of the most iconic car brands in the world. In that competition, I developed a sustainable driving applications that connects directly to the Porsche vehicles. And guess what? I won the nationwide competition. With that achievement, I started to believe that we can actually do more with what the cars are being done today. Now, to me, health problems is one of the major things that I've been thinking all the time. I started reading more about health impacts that vehicles have on the people. As mentioned, we can now calculate the life loss based on the number of vehicles on the road. This to me is very daunting. A few years ago, my wife had some major health conditions. And since then, we have been very health conscious. At the same time, our daughter was born. So for me, trying to find out how we can do better with vehicles on the road, something that I'm passionate about, that has a direct impact on our health, is very important. A little bit more about myself. I was born and raised in major cities. I have always been living in cities. So to me, I understand very much how cities operate. It's not easy for any cities to just go and say, hey, get rid of all the cars, or ask people to convert their cars to cleaner ones. For cities, just like any corporations, they need to budget. They need to balance their budget. They need to ensure that any money goes to any projects has a direct contribution to society. In other words, cities will be more willing to do anything if there's a financial return as well as contribution to society. Therefore, in my study, I wanted to look at the impact of vehicles as well as energy sources on cities based on how these could be mitigated. I wanted to study the magnitude of the benefits that cities can get by converting their gasoline vehicles to hybrid or other cleaner vehicles such as electric vehicles, as well as changing the charging sources from fossil fuel to renewable energy. For me, I understand that if I can incorporate the financial benefits, then the economic information will be the driver of this study. For my study, I chose Japan as my case study for a couple of reasons. One, Japan is one of the car manufacturing hubs in the world. Second, Japan has some of the very diverse cities, with megacities such as Tokyo with close to 10 million people and lots of cars, as well as minor cities with smaller populations. This diversity of cities allows me to have a different information from a diverse group of urban settings. In my studies, I have a few hypotheses. One, I anticipate that cleaner cars will allow us to reduce emissions by 95%, especially if we go with 100% electric vehicles. I also anticipate that in these studies, we can reduce human costs down to 70%. Also, bigger cities will have a higher impact. At the same time, cities can see huge financial benefits when it comes to the reduce of health problems. Now let's take a look at what Japan currently is. So transportation is a major emissions issues in Japan. It's 18.5%. And within the space, almost 50% of these emissions comes from passenger vehicles. So definitely passenger vehicles is one of the major contributors in this country. Now in my studies, I looked at the top 10 populated cities, ranging from Tokyo, Yokohama, Osaka, which has millions of people, down to other smaller cities like Kawasaki and Kyoto. In my studies, I looked at three scenarios. The first scenario was, what if we have a high proportion of hybrid vehicles as well as electric vehicles? In my second scenario, I looked at charging these vehicles with renewable energy. And in my third scenario, let's imagine 100% electric vehicles with 100% renewable energy to charge them. The results was quite amazing. In Tokyo, even in just converting a high proportion of vehicles to hybrid and electric, we can have an annual life savings of 53 people. And if we go all electric, we can even save 632 lives. Again, we are not talking about just these 632 lives. We are talking about families of thousands of people that will be impacted as well. Now, even in smaller cities, we can see some very good results. Cities like Kyoto and Saitama, we can at least save 3 people. And again, we are talking about family members that are also affected as well. If we zoom in Tokyo, we can reduce emissions from 16% to 97%. At the same time, as mentioned, we can save lives from 53 to 632 lives. But the key is the economic benefits. Tokyo can save up to $4 billion if they decide to go all electric with renewable energy. Even in smaller cities, we can have a huge savings ranging from $18 million to $200 million. So again, you can see that the diversity is there, but all cities can benefit from changing to cleaner vehicles and cleaner energy sources. Now, my studies was based on Japan, based on cities in Japan, but it can be used for multiple cities as well. The same principles, the same science behind the calculations apply to any cities. As I said, some cities will have different results. Some cities might have a bigger impact, but ultimately, all cities will be able to benefit from this. My aim for my studies is to hope to create the actionable steps that cities can use and start leveraging on the information that we have created and allowing them to create healthier lives for their people in their society. Now, before I leave, let me share with you some fun facts. I live in San Francisco, and in the 70s, George Lucas brought his team to San Francisco to learn about the kendo fights, which is a Japanese martial arts that I practice on a regular basis. And as many of us know, the way that he learned eventually converted to what we know as the Star Wars duel fights, lightsaber fights here in Star Wars. Now, I don't know if our cities will be same like the ones that we see in Star Wars, but I'm pretty sure if we work together, if we collaborate, if we think towards the better of our people, we can create a much better cities, cleaner energy, cleaner air, and better lives for people in all cities. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Hey, everyone. We ready to dive into this? All right. Hello again, everyone. My name is Markarian. I am the CEO and a co-founder of a startup from Chicago called Integrated Dynamics. We're originally started working out of the University of Illinois and just recently moved out here. And today I'm going to be giving a little bit of an overview or a refresher on the topics of what we're considering the future of bioprocess, biomanufacturing, biofabrication, really the whole 9 yards here. And to really set this all off, I should explain that what we're considering as this advanced bioprocess, weak name, I know, I'm not very creative here, is the combination of a variety of bioprocess adjacent technologies, more cutting edge things like synthetic biology, electrochemistry, especially microbial electrochemistry, and extremophilic fermentation, and the incorporation combination of these technologies to allow for current bioprocess technology to access lower cost feedstocks, produce higher value end products, but also to be more robust and faster and basically overall more efficient. So I like to start off with the impetus for this research here. From a basic sense, we have a carbon problem in the United States. Nobody here lives under a rock. We know that we're making way too much, but not really many people know the scale and the proportion of this problem. 6 gigatons, 6 billion tons of carbon we put out into the United States of America's atmosphere every single year. Now, let's do a little bit of scaling here. I can't see myself, but there's a skyscraper behind me. I'm out here in the Fulton Market neighborhood. There's a lot of those, and that's roughly on the order of around 100 kilotons. So to meet that 6 billion tons, 6 gigatons of carbon that we release every single year, you need 60,000 of those buildings, more than the mass that anyone could assume of the entire city of Chicago's buildings in terms of carbon emissions. And that's not accounting for density. It truly is a really consequential, but almost impossible to understand amount. Now, I talked about the proportionality of this, right? Where it's coming from. The vast majority of you probably think that the kind of emissions come here from like your neighbor that idles their Humvee in front of your car or in front of your house. And that's actually pretty much the truth. The vast majority, depending on who you ask, 95% of the carbon that's released in the atmosphere in America here comes from the use and the refinement of petroleum products, but even at a broader sense, including natural gas and coal. This is kind of exemplified by an exercise that I'll do real quick. I'd like everyone who's listening here to look around the room that you're either sitting or standing in and try to find a single thing that hasn't been touched by petrochemicals. You'll find that virtually everything is either made of plastics or oil-based products finished with it, or even if it isn't, like the cotton shirt I'm wearing or the wood table that I'm on right now, or even the plants outside. It was transported around using some sort of carbon heavy, either coal or natural gas or oil-based, I would say, transport method. So it makes sense. It's pervasive in our society, but not for necessarily a bad reason. We get a lot of value out of this, but let's look at the other side of this coin. That 5 to 10% that's left in the balance there, the vast majority of that actually comes from the decomposition of organic waste. Following Department of Energy guidance, we make, as Americans, roughly 1 billion tons of organic waste, everything from agro-industrial waste to food waste to wastewater. And it really all gets underutilized, meaning that this is not only a climate issue, not only are we taking our food and throwing it out into the middle of a landfill where it can pollute the ground and the water and the air, but it's also an economic issue because there are investments. There are investments of time, of labor, and of physical and literal capital into the production of organic substrates, a large proportion of which, depending on who you ask, roughly 20 to 30% of the food made in America will go to waste, meaning that there's this distinctly missing, as I have it written here, bridge between this organic waste to value here. Now I'm about to intro the biggest pie in the sky idea everybody's heard of before. But what if we could take this 1 billion tons of organic waste that we're producing, on a pretty much yearly basis, the vast majority of which is I think wood chips actually, and turn it into something valuable, This isn't a new idea. Everybody has heard of it, all the way from the booms of wood gas way back when in the production of charcoal, now to more recently in the 2010s, the boom of cellulosic ethanol production. We've been trying to find ways to turn organic waste all the way from the really easy to abate, agro-industrial waste streams such as dry distiller grain solids, all the way to harder things like municipal solid waste into something valuable. And we foresee some sort of process, which we're calling advanced bioprocess, that can take it there. But it's not happening, right? And we know this, one, because we still have really only a very select few amounts of bioproducts that we can make from waste-like substrates, basically just methane, carbon dioxide if you're lucky, and ethanol. But even further, because you still have to pay to get your waste taken away. And this kind of is a pretty great indication of the fact that it's not happening. But it's not happening not because it's not economically viable, and that's proven by this next slide here, right? If we were to harness this 1 gigaton of organic waste that's being made on a yearly basis here in America at the price point that the Department of Energy is stating that it should be, roughly $20 to $80 per ton, using any sort of process, right, be it as bear down as standard bioprocess or pyrolysis, if we could get it in the hydrogen and carbon dioxide, we already have given it a 6 to 10 times multiple on the value of that organic waste by attacking the $665 billion TAM. But even further, by taking standard routes catalytically, we could disrupt trillions, as I have written here, $10 trillion of potential TAM here. And the question is, why hasn't it happened yet? Why haven't we actually figured out a way, either catalytically, chemically, electrochemically, or biologically, to turn our waste into something valuable? Now, I take this from the biological standpoint here, because as we know, bioprocess is super high selectivity. It can work with, in my opinion, a little bit more varied feedstocks than standard catalytic reactions. But even then, we know it's not being done at scale because these bioprocess techniques are just not cutting it. So you can see on this page here, they're generally slow, sensitive, CapEx and even OpEx intensive, and produce end products that are of too little value. And the reason for this is standard fermentation requires very specific conditions, some of which that make them pretty sensitive to chemical in terms of accidentally in agricultural waste, if you polluted a slight bit of ammonia or bleach or something like that, you could ruin an entire batch. Or biological contamination, as in if you're using synthetic biology techniques, you get outcompeted by wild microbes in wastewater or rotting waste. That's the sensitivity. On the slow side, standard mesophilic to thermophilic anaerobic digestion and fermentation techniques can take, especially if they're anaerobic, I should mention, can take weeks to months. And aerobic digestion sometimes doesn't produce the correct end product, especially if you're exposing oxygen to your intermediates. And in terms of CapEx intensivity, because these are such slow processes, you have giant pieces of physical hardware to contain this relatively slow reaction over a long period of time to hit the total volume you need. And as I mentioned previously, we haven't really figured out a way to hit that missing middle of a high value end product, which means that we don't outcompete oil here. Now, how do we propose we address these shortcomings here? Well, a class of bioprocess techniques that we're calling advanced bioprocesses. It's written here. It's combining the unknown and understudied, which for us is the use of extremophiles, or microbes that live in particularly harsh or unforgiving environments, microbial electrochemistry, like microbial electrochemical cells that we work with, or microbial fuel cells for post-processing, but also for metabolic enhancement, and also synthetic biology to take you the last mile, going from what you're already making to perhaps making even more valuable end products. Now, this serves as a pretty good jumping off point to why it hasn't been made yet. We already know that we haven't been turning waste into valuable products because the technology doesn't exist. But if in this short presentation in 9 minutes, I can tell you what the next steps are, then why hasn't it happened? Well, advanced bioprocesses, it's written here, can be better, but it is definitely harder. I mentioned 3 pretty challenging to deal with technologies from many angles. Extremophiles are living in extreme places. For example, the technology we use, which I'll introduce in a little bit, is predicated off of using very high ionic concentration broths at very high temperatures. Basically turns any standard sartorius bioreactor into a rust bucket in only a few hours. Other things like cycrophiles may actually not, you might not be able to actually get a bioreactor low enough to deal with the metabolism that's required there. Acids, bases, different salts, different end products, all kind of throw wrenches into the cogs of current bioprocess techniques. This is not to mention things like electrochemistry, which especially, if we're producing methane or ethanol, these vapors could possibly be ignited, and it presents safety issues, further engineering side complications that provide risk and kind of stymie investment into this. And finally, synthetic biology, we know presents its own barriers here. It's hard to do, and it's hard to convince everyone else that they should go along with it. We've already seen this in terms of GMOs in the agricultural field. It's very hard to push that envelope here. So let's talk about what we're doing. So at my startup here, Integrated Dynamics, we've developed a technology called high-temperature microbial electrolysis, which combines the three things beforehand. It uses hyperthermophiles, so these are microbes which grow anaerobically at or above 85 degrees Celsius to produce hydrogen and carbon dioxide directly. And I can dig in a little bit later, but we also use a process known as microbial electrolysis, where we impart into these reactors here that you can see labeled 1 and 2, a slight, very tiny voltage, such that we, 1, enhance their metabolism to go a little bit faster, but 2, also separate our end products. And what this yields is a process that's significantly faster, works off of significantly harder to abate waste streams like glycerol gums that we've tested on already, or cellulosic biomass, but also produces high value end products. Rather than methane, which is really only used in energetic cases and needs to be cracked, we can directly produce carbon dioxide and hydrogen, which is very amenable to reverse water gas shift into syngas. Now, I know I'm talking to a bunch of academics here, so we can dig a little bit deeper into the engineering and how we've actually differentiated ourselves. So the first step here is in standard fermentation. If you're not really big on fermentation, think about it like making beer or wine. You end up putting pretty bioavailable sugars into this reactor, and that already creates this large barrier to entry to making medium or low value, but still high volume bioproducts. The issue at hand is pretty simple. If you're paying $300 to $400 per ton for cane sugar or dextrose or anything like that to get into your reactor, you can't actually make anything that low value, and that precludes you from a lot of industrials. So for us, we can take in and break down things like cellulosic biomass, as I had mentioned. That takes us into this 2 bioreactor setup where we have nascent monocultures of hyperthermophiles, and each one to break down different portions of what you would see in food waste and industrial waste. First one here, we set at 95 degrees Celsius, and we grow them in this cathodic chamber here, where they're growing on a high porosity, basically carbon foam, titanium impregnated biocathode. And what we do is we basically feed them a slightly elevated voltage so that we can wick electrons off of them. That's actually how microbial electrolysis works here. And that gives us the benefit of 1, a faster metabolism, but 2, also separated hydrogen and carbon dioxide waste streams, which saves us on post-processing. And the main benefit that we have in this point is because our process is running at 95-ish degrees Celsius and above 3% salinity, the vast majority of other microbes that could be introduced in the influent die. So we can use synthetic biology techniques here to directly produce even more value chemicals. Now, this is what our lab actually looks like. These are actually pictures from our last lab down at the University of Illinois, but it shows what myself, Niranjan, and Jake have been getting up to here. It's not impossible. Perfect. My bad. My laptop messed up a little bit. But it shows that it's definitely possible here. The extra precautions that we need to take are such of making sure everything is completely anoxic, making sure we're very conscious of the chemicals that actually are being exposed to our hyperthermophiles here. And then even further, how do you do bioprocess at 95 degrees Celsius? So in 4, you can see this custom-made bioreactor we built out of a heating mantle and a round bottom flask here. But what we've gotten out of this is some incredible figures here. We're nearly recovering 100% of the hydrogen in our feedstocks. And this is happening over, a very quick period of time here compared to standard anaerobic digestion. As you can see there, 60 hours. And we've improved this actually in more recent tests to get closer to 36 hours and eventually get to our 100% hydrogen recovery in 24 hours, end-to-end using these two bioreactors. Now, as a final point here, how do we see this moving forward and how do we see the entire industry moving forward? Well, the nice part about following in the footsteps of other bioprocess companies that do standard bioprocess is that we can kind of ride on their technological coattails, meaning that we can scale not only in our own lab at the small scale to do things like microbial de-risking, but we can also pass off our experiments to larger corporate and academic partners, such as CROs or the people that we've dealt with ourselves, such as the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, to allow us to scale roughly a factor of 10 to 100 every single year without actually having to put down any of our own money. And we basically are putting forth that every single startup that enters this advanced bioprocess field could do the same thing and reach market by 2028. Thank you all for listening. Now, the team and I are going to address a few questions that we've gotten in the past when we give this deck and talk about our presentation like this. The first of which I'll answer here, which is, how does the world change if this happens? A lot of technologies claim large gigaton reductions in effective carbon here, pollution, I mean, but what changes above that? So as I mentioned, this is a gigaton level problem for us to face, right? By taking what would become waste and then recirculating that into valuable petrochemicals, which would already become emissions, we can kind of cancel them out. And that has a potential savings in the gigaton range. But further, and I'll keep it brief because we're on the end time here, what we're able to do is actually start to valorize waste, which has long-standing social and economic ramifications, meaning that especially in times where lower margin businesses are being threatened, such as high inflation environments like right now, what we're able to do is go to farmers, go to organic waste producers, such as those in the food and beverage space, and provide them extra valuation from waste that they're producing already. We can kill two birds with one stone by giving better social benefits while also impacting the climate.
Hey everyone, I'll be taking the second question. My name is Jake Sweed. I am a co-founder of Integrated Dynamics and the COO. I just finished up at Harvard Business School. So that question is, how is this a platform? That question comes up largely in other settings, but I'll answer it regardless. So the presentation that Henry covered put forth hydrogen and biogenic carbon dioxide as the two primary outputs from this two microbe co-culture. The key to the answer here of how is this a platform is that these are just the first two of a series of extremophiles that we've identified that also make industrially relevant chemicals, and they would also benefit from electrochemistry and synthetic biology. And so you can think of that as kind of a team of sports players coming together where you can call on the necessary player to achieve a certain end state. And so what that does is it allows us to change the game of waste processing. How it is now is varied waste products are consolidated into an anaerobic digester and produce one output, being methane. What this advanced bioprocess can do is take those same varied waste products into our advanced bioprocess and produce many differentiated custom end products that same waste producer can then use for their inputs and achieve circularity. Niranjan?
Hi, everybody. My name is Niranjan. I'm the CTO at Integrated Dynamics, and I handle a lot of the lab work and our research. And a third question that we receive a lot is, how will our research scale? Obviously, advanced bioprocess is not one of the easiest things to scale here. So we're attacking this problem from many avenues, and the first of which is using a breadth of data, gathering a breadth of data at the small scale and understanding cellular dynamics and how they influence efficiency even at the 2-liter scale that we're at currently. And as we test against hardier substrates and scale up under optimal conditions, and then stress test our bioreactors against hardier biomass as we scale, we are able to understand these dynamics even better. And to do so, we're partnering with big players like Lawrence Berkeley National Labs and leveraging government funding through SBRs and innovation vouchers to help us out.
Thanks, everyone.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Harvard Climate Action Week at the studio. Next up, we'll hear from Munir, Merali and Sebastian Groh, who are sharing their work on developing microgrid technology in Bangladesh. For this session, we'll have live Q&A. So if you'd like to ask either of the presenters a question, please scan the QR code that you see on this slide here, and you'll be able to enter your question into a document that we will use at the end of the presentation to ask questions. So scan that QR code now and think about a question that you might like to ask during the presentation. Without further ado, I'll turn it over to Munir Merali.
Thank you very much, Lindy. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the Salata Institute and many schools of the Howard University for hosting and welcoming us here this week. I've certainly enjoyed many of the sessions and presentations. And also, thank you very much for allowing us to talk about a very, very exciting and very interesting project in Bangladesh, where SoulShare is implementing the microgrid. However, before we get into the project and Sebastian comes on and gives us a little bit more details about the project itself, let me try to set up a little bit of a context and where we are and how we have come up with this project. Many of you know Bangladesh is a population of about 165 million people. But what is not often known is that it's one of the most densely populated countries in the world, where we have over 1,300 people per square kilometer. Compared to that, in the US, we have 37. So you can see the difference between the two countries. The silver lining here really, and more important to the climate change initiatives, is that we have 70% of the working population under the age of 28. That gives Bangladesh a great advantage for the demographic dividend, not only to help transform its economy, but also provide reskilling and retooling opportunities, perhaps to meet the needs of some 20, 30 million jobs that will be coming about specifically related to climate. In terms of its economy, most of you are very familiar that since its independence, some 50 years ago, Bangladesh has progressed very well in the sense that the current GDP stands at about $460 billion. The economy has been growing at about 6% for the past 10 years. And there's every indication that the economy will continue to grow, and has been estimated by many of the think tanks and some of the consulting houses that the economy in Bangladesh could cross a 1 trillion mark by 2030. So what are some of the major initiatives that we need to know about in terms of climate change and where we are today in Bangladesh? First of all, the government of Bangladesh has taken a tremendous effort in terms of improving its transport infrastructure and the energy. Some $60 billion have either been spent, committed in that effort. We have the Smart Bangladesh vision for 2041, which will transform the country's economy and adopt new technologies, in addition to bridging the digital divide that we see today. And very interestingly enough, the country will be celebrating a historic milestone in 2026 when it will graduate from an LDC to a developing country status, according to the United Nations. So where do we go from here? In terms of the investments made in the energy sector, it is very important that more investments are made in Bangladesh, including in the solar sector, whereby for every 200 megawatts that the country puts into installation and use, the country stands to save at least $1 billion from its economy. And those resources can be used forward to make further investments in the climate change. Before Sebastian comes on and talks more about the project that he's been working on for the past 10 years and the successes that he has had, let me share with you 2 or 3 key facts about Bangladesh and how it is withstanding on the frontier of climate change. According to the United Nations, it is estimated that by year 2050, some 20% of the population, this could amount to anywhere between 30 to 40 million people, will be displaced due to rising seawaters. And that's quite significant. The FAO estimates that on any given year, during the wet seasons and monsoons, we lose about 20 to 70% of the landmass at some point in time, which is totally submerged in water. This is why some 15% of the agricultural land remains into chronic drought. Finally, the Asian Development Bank has estimated that anywhere between 1.5 to 2% of the country's GDP is lost every year due to climate. With this backdrop and with this context, it is very important that projects like SoulShares in developing the grid, the power grid in Bangladesh should be promoted, and we need to learn more from the great work that people like Sebastian are doing here in Bangladesh. Before I bring on Sebastian, we hope to receive a few questions from you, and hopefully we'll be able to answer them as we complete this presentation today. I know it's very late in Dhaka. It's probably past midnight, but let me introduce Sebastian, who will then continue onto the presentations going forward. Hi, Sebastian.
Thanks a lot, Munir, and also thanks, Lindi. Thanks to the Harvard Climate Action Week for having us here. And I think Munir did an excellent job just to describe both things, the economic empowerment of Bangladesh, but also what it is struggling with when it comes to the adverse effects of climate change. And I think there's nobody better to put it here as the Minister of the Environment, Sabah Hossain Chaudhry, who said, look, we have to become a leader in the fight against climate change rather than just remaining a victim. And I think this is a very important statement, and it shows a bit also the ambition of the country. And I think Munir certainly overpraised SoulShares here, but to a very small extent, we are trying to also push for this leadership position. In 2015, we installed what is today referred to as the world's first solar peer-to-peer trading microgrid. What does it mean? To be honest, back then when we installed it, we didn't know what it is. We certainly didn't know what a peer-to-peer grid is. That came later, that jargon. But what we saw is, and what brought me to Bangladesh 10 years ago was, I'm originally from Germany, which is often hailed as one of the leaders of the energy transformation. And when I came to Bangladesh, Germany had about 2 million rooftop solar systems, and Bangladesh had twice as many. So I was taught in school that solar is expensive. It's for rich people. And here is Bangladesh, arguably one of the poorer countries, who seems to have deployed twice as many as Germany. So I wanted to find out more. So as part of my PhD, I ventured into this. And what we saw is that there were millions of solar home systems distributed, and that some very smart people came up with a scheme how to distribute them in a fairly cost-effective way. But what we also saw is that at about 3-4 p.m. in any house I went, the batteries were full, but the sun was still shining. And so we did some calculations, and over the millions of solar home systems, we found out that about $1 billion worth of energy, which was curtailed because the batteries were full, was absolutely wasted every year. And $1 billion for these rural villages is a hell lot of money. On a broader scheme of the country, it's also significant, but for the rural areas, it's very much so. So what we came up with, we interconnected the solar home systems physically, so that when a battery is full, it would automatically start selling to a battery which is not full yet, or even to a house which couldn't afford a solar home system of its own and would only have a battery and then the appliances. And so build a marketplace where people can buy and sell electricity, and only later it was labeled as peer-to-peer. The interesting part is Bangladesh has almost reaches everywhere with mobile money. So what we managed to do is to integrate that peer-to-peer grid with the mobile money network of the country and with the people, which meant that as early as 2015, people's solar home systems would sell electricity. They would get the money onto their phone and could buy rice in the local market with that money, which I think is pretty astonishing, thinking that this was as early as 2015. And that's what I mean by this leadership, because since then, solar peer-to-peer grids have popped up all over the place. I think this is important. But I want to speak about more of the future, and I would almost ask you, which vehicle do you prefer here? The shiny Tesla on the left, or the very colorful Besla, as we call the Bangladeshi version of our electric vehicles, on the right? And before you make a judgment which vehicle you want to purchase today, let me give you a bit of a background. So Tesla has sold between 4 and 5 million vehicles so far in the whole world, and these Beslas, as we refer to them in Bangladesh, we also have 4 to 5 million. So in other words, the roads of Bangladesh are applying as many vehicles, as many EVs as Tesla has sold in the whole world. But those vehicles are actually all productive because they are all taxis. They are the backbone of the transportation sector of the entire country. They cater to the livelihood of tens of millions of people and transport about 100 million people. So that's very, very significant. So when we talk EV, we shouldn't automatically always think car. These three-wheelers are actually, when we combine this with India and some other countries in Sub-Saharan Africa and in Southeast Asia, the real revolution in EV is not cars. It's 2- and 3-wheelers. And that's important when we think about the EV space. So what we're doing here is we wanted to get one step further from the peer-to-peer grids. And what we found is that where globally the EV is hailed as a puzzle piece in the fight against climate change, in the case of Bangladesh, which has fairly weak national grid infrastructures, it's actually quite a burden. So those 4 or 5 million vehicles all charge right now at the same time and actually bring the grid regularly to its knees. So what we did is, from the same concept of the microgrid, we put our intelligence into the batteries of those vehicles so we can shift the demand from all charging at 8 p.m., which is peak load in Bangladesh, to midnight when there is less pressure on the grid. And then we're just doing the first pilot to go one step further, even from that, and say, when the vehicles come into the garages, and that's a big difference to the Tesla, nobody parks here his vehicle or her vehicle in his own private house because there's no space for that and there's no security for that. So it's always an accumulation of 50, 100 vehicles. So what we did now is, if I have 50, 100 vehicles and you see all these batteries in these pictures here, can I combine all that battery storage and make it available to the grid? Meaning at 8 p.m. when the grid needs power, feed it in and then buy it back when it's cheaper at midnight. In essence, a virtual power plant or a virtual solar utility, because we have also rooftop solar on those garages. And lastly, and I think that's the astonishing part, with this storage combination of 4 or 5 million people, there is the potential to buffer 30% of the peak load of the entire country. Usually when we talk about these microgrids, these off-grids, it's not really making a dent in the country, right? But it's the law of large numbers. So we have so many vehicles, so many batteries, it can actually make a significant impact. And those batteries will be used as an additional business case. They don't need to be purchased just for storage, which makes till today the renewables fairly expensive. So I think this is a really concept for the future, concept for now. The future is now for this. But why can't this happen in Bangladesh? Why can't the future of energy not be started in a country like Bangladesh? So that's kind of the question I want to put out there. And the challenge often is that people don't know about it. And it's one of the reasons why Munir and I are here today, to tell you about these stories. And what I mean they don't know about it, if you look at the data in terms of investment, and if we just focus what is highlighted here in light green, Bangladesh's funding per capita is about 92 cents. The US is $1,400. India is $28. There is a huge opportunity here because it's very much invested. So it's a huge capital arbitrage opportunity here. And we just need to become aware and stop thinking that innovation and new things will necessarily always come from the developed markets. Let me finish with one sentence. If I'm day in, day out confronted with climate change, and I know what it means to live in that circumstances, I come up with good solutions, because the closer I'm to a problem, the better of a fix I come up with. And I wanted to stop with that and give the floor back to Lindi, as well as share the slide for the Q&A, because Munir and I think we really would like to be eager to answer some questions. Thank you very much again to the Salata Institute and the Harvard Climate Action Week.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. That was really eye-opening and interesting. We do have one question. It is, looking at the challenges we're still facing against climate change, how can we ensure the growth of climate solutions that will turn the tide and help us solve this crisis? So I turn it to both of you.
Sebastian, why don't you take that on?
Okay, so I think one important thing is, if we look for climate solutions, what I think we should not do is to think that we will find one big swing idea which will rescue us all and just rely on it. We can also bet on this, but not only. I would much rather want to see that we support thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s of climate entrepreneurs who come from the global south, who face those problems every day, and support those with solutions that work today.
I would agree, Sebastian. I think the only thing I'd like to add to that is that countries like Bangladesh, which are at the front line of climate change, can provide a unique opportunity, not only for entrepreneurs, but also investors to come out and to be part of this journey. We have today great opportunities, not only in climate change, but also other technologies that can be brought to Bangladesh. And I think I'd like to echo Sebastian's views that solutions not always come from the south. Not always come from the north, but also from the south. So we certainly look forward to that partnership and to that engagement.
Thank you. We have one more question. It's being typed in right now, so give me 1 second here. There's somebody furiously, feverishly typing.
Fast.
Exactly. So I believe the question is the Bangladeshi approach to the solar, so the Besla vehicles that you were highlighting, is that approach demonstrating measurable progress in greenhouse gas reductions for the country of Bangladesh?
Straight out answer, no, it's not. And there's reasons for that, because the grid is still heavily dominated by fossil fuels. We're talking up to 97%, which is gas, coal, and HFO. So, and that's often overlooked, right? If I have an electric vehicle, that is only one part of the equation. If I put dirty energy into it, I solve the exhaust problem, which is a big issue in Dhaka in terms of air pollution. So there it has a big impact. But in terms of CO2 mitigation, not yet. For this, we need massively more solar and wind in the grid mix. Otherwise, the EV alone won't do the trick.
Thank you. The last question is more of a compliment to you both, which is that your presentation is incredibly interesting, and I absolutely agree. I have a question for you both. What can a university like Harvard, what can an organization like the Climate Action Accelerator do to amplify this climate solution?
Well, let me take this one, and then Sebastian can add to this. I think as an alum of this great university, this is a tremendous platform that we can come together with the university and different schools. We can discuss our issues in given countries. We can talk about the opportunities that are there. And I think raising awareness and perhaps working with select professors and other schools to do specific research in terms of raising solutions and to bring it to fruition. I think this is one of the most important areas where universities like Harvard can play, and we look forward to that partnership going forward. Sebastian, I don't know if you add to that. What can
let me try, because you basically said it, but let me just add one bit. I mean, it is an incredible platform, right? And people listen to Harvard. So I showed that very briefly, that capital arbitrage slide, right? So anything that Harvard can do to increase the capital flow to these kind of markets, which are underrepresented, but which have great talent, which have climate solutions that work today, I think would bring us forward in the fight against climate change much more than relying always on the same usual suspects.
Great. Well, thank you both so much. I certainly have a lot of ideas for what we can do next. And I appreciate you both taking the time, Sebastian, especially so late at night for you, and Munir, for you traveling to come see us in person at the studio. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having us. Thanks, Lindi.
All right, guys.
Are we off?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to my presentation. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to my presentation today. My name is Lilly, and I'm an incoming rising sophomore at Harvard College. I'm currently studying environmental policy and statistics. Today, I will be presenting and sharing my screen. So let's get to it. All right, my presentation today is going to be about sustainable development, especially at the local level, and what stakeholders such as you and I can do. A lot of the time, people have different ideas of what sustainable development exactly means. So in this instance, I'm not talking about sustainable economic development, nor the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, although those are definitely closely related. But today, I'll be talking about sustainable development in the physical development and built environment sense, such as how a new building or land use or zoning amendment takes place and whether that's sustainable or not. A development can be sustainable if it basically meets 3 requirements, which are social, economic, and environmental. A lot of the times when people need new homes, schools, or stores being built, we all need new developments. And whether these developments are sustainable depends on how it values these different priorities. And a lot of the times, especially since I'm from a place in Florida called Land O'Lakes, Florida, it's near Tampa, and we're currently undergoing rapid fire growth. A lot of the times, it's clear to find out that these new developments oftentimes prioritize economic goals over other goals such as environmental or social and public health goals. So when a development is unsustainable, this can look like several different ways. For example, it could be poorly planned. One great example is a home that's zoned right by a major road or factory, because there would be noise pollution, there will be much greater traffic, air pollution, etc. And today, there are about 137 different plant, animal, and insect species that are disappearing daily due to deforestation, more specifically rainforest deforestation. And that's just talking about that aspect alone. So it's incredibly important that we become aware of what exactly is what constitutes a sustainable versus a non-sustainable development, and that we also think about what we as stakeholders and the public can do. A lot of the times, people also have different misconceptions of what zoning versus land use might mean, and even though they're oftentimes used accurately, synonymously, there are slight differences. A great example is this case example in the land use category. For example, if you want to build a home in a Los Angeles County residential zone, I just picked LA County as an example, but a maximum height limit has been set of 35 feet for any single family residences. So the zoning here would be residential, and zoning is basically limitations that are in accordance with the wider municipality, county, or city, and they're more general and they represent the current permissible uses for the specific property. Zoning can be amended, which is really important because it means that a certain zone or region can be changed from a zoning such as high-density residential to something else, for example, agricultural or commercial. And I'll go more into detail about amendments later on. And on the other hand, land use could be determined by a city or county's comprehensive plan, which basically determines things such as these height limits. And these land use regulations are sort of in the wider context of what a region is already zoned at. So I hope that was a quick and concise breakdown about the differences between zoning and land use. It is okay to use them synonymously oftentimes because we are referring to something very similar, which is just land use and how a land is or a region is used for the greater good and what can be developed on it. There's also some different types of zoning and land use that I'd like to just briefly go over. For example, residential is highly important because we all need places to live. There are low density residential, medium density, and high density residential buildings. High density can look like apartments and condos. That's a perfect example. And then, of course, we have commercial. When I think of commercial, basically, it's thinking about such as malls or just businesses. And these are, of course, just as important as residential, and they're greatly connected. So oftentimes you'll see residential very close to commercial. And that's really important because you want to live in a place that matches your needs so that you can live the best life that you can. And commercial zoning is also impacted by proximity to, for example, other businesses and other types of zoning. For example, if a shop is close to a school, a business is close to a church, things like that. And this is something that applies to all of these different types of land use and zoning categories because everything is, of course, interconnected and they all are right by each other. So they all impact each other's type of zoning and must be taken into consideration when land planners and counties make these decisions. And then industrial zoning and land use is basically think of a large factory. That's also a great example. Of course, we also have recreational and we also have agricultural. Agricultural is something that's more common in some places than in others. For example, in my town of Land O'Lakes, Florida, there are many agricultural zoning places because there are many people here with their own farms, with their own animals, cows, etc. It's important for a zone to be recognized as agricultural and have this distinction apart from, for example, residential, because it helps farming communities from being overrun by residential high-density developments. This is something really important that I'll be going over in my case study soon. And of course, historic is exactly what it sounds like. It's important to also protect these types of zones because there are several places and regions in a county that could have historic and cultural significance, which actually matters a lot because it's important to the character of a place, which is something that's hard to exactly define, but is really important when you are considering a place that's sustainable and a great place to live. And of course, we have a relatively new zone, which is mixed use. And this is land where there can be multiple uses. A popular type of land use, mixed use zoning would be, for example, residential and commercial. And when I think about a residential and commercial area of mixed use, it's typically the typical prototype would be, for example, a neighborhood that's kind of merged with a shopping center or a place with restaurants that residents can walk to. And this is also something that tries to encourage more walking and less use of cars, which is, of course, helpful for thinking of things such as urban sprawl, which have devastating environmental consequences. So this is just a quick overview of different zoning and land use types. As I had just mentioned, zoning and land use, although they are slightly different, usually when people talk about these categories and they add zoning or land use to the end of them, it basically means the same thing, despite these small differences. And now that we just went over different types of land use, I want to apply this to Cambridge, Massachusetts, which is, of course, where Harvard and other great places are located. So you might first notice a bunch of these tiny kind of off-white squares. These are all low-density residential, about 1 to 3 units, and they're so tiny because they're basically all individual family homes. And then we also have bright yellow, which are more high-density residential, which can be such as apartments, condos, etc. And these are often close by each other because people tend to live around generally the same living areas. And we also have, you might also notice bright green, which stands for public open space land, which is another category than the ones that I had just mentioned. But of course, that list wasn't all inclusive. And it's also incredibly important for a city to have public open space because Fresh Pond is such a great pond. And it's important that we zone this or use the land around it as an open public space. We also have education, which is in blue. Higher education is actually in light blue. So try to find where Harvard is located there. And then we also have several mixed use, which are going to be the kind of blocks with stripes in them. Most common mixed use, as I mentioned, is residential with commercial, which are the red and yellow stripes together. And then just to wrap things up, we also have general commercial, which is often next to industrial land use zoning. It's pretty apparent, for example, here on the left, closer to Belmont and Arrington, it's going to be the red, that's general commercial, and then the purple, that's industrial. So as I mentioned, this is just a quick overview of the land use in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and relating it to land use in general. And you can see how that impacts people's everyday decisions and why it's important to zone these areas or use the land around here in these deliberate ways, because it impacts people's day-to-day lives, how they commute to school, go shopping, etc. Now I want to talk about who decides these decisions, because these are definitely incredibly important decisions that impact people's quality of life. Typically, it's always the local government that makes such important decisions. There's going to be the county commissioners, or also city commissioners, board of county commissioners, however you want to call it. But they are the people who are elected by you, which is why it's incredibly important to vote in local elections, because your voice does matter when you're giving voice to these candidates who express how they feel about different types of zoning. Oftentimes you find their information on their websites, listen to what they talk about, and see if their priorities for your community match yours. There's also oftentimes planning commissions, and they're also a board of people, oftentimes elected or chosen by the county commissioners, and they are people who kind of go into more detail with the county hired land planners. Those land planners also give suggestions and help find objective data to look at for planning commissioners to make recommendations to the county and city commissioners when they're making these decisions. I mentioned zoning amendments earlier, which are changes made to certain sections of a zoning code or areas on a zoning map. For example, if a certain area is rezoned, that would be a zoning amendment because it's a change that doesn't require a complete rewriting of the entire zoning code. The public does have the ability to have a say in these because the county and planning commissions will have meetings that are open to the public, and you can also find them online on your county website. And essentially, the commissioners will spend maybe a few hours or less than an hour. It really depends on the exact type of zoning amendment. And also each Board of County Commission and Planning Commission meetings, they have several items on their agenda. But they will have to include a zoning amendment or a change to land use on those public meetings, which you can, as I said, access online. And it's oftentimes very helpful to be aware of what kinds of things the county commission, planning commission say at these kinds of meetings, because oftentimes they're making important decisions. They're weighing pros and cons in a relatively quick way based on not only data and what their county hired land planners say, but also what the public has to say. And even if it's a zoning that isn't directly near where you live, but it's still in your county, it's definitely still important to be aware of these kinds of changes, because every single development and zoning amendment can impact you, for example, through traffic, pollution, etc. Essentially, the purpose of this slide is to encourage you to vote in local elections, and also hopefully you have a better idea of kind of who decides these decisions in local government, and why it's really important to be aware of these changes that are happening in your neighborhood or in your county in general, not just neighborhood. But anyways, here is a case study. This is really personal to me because it's something that I actually found out about when I was around a junior in high school. It was basically a proposed amendment to rezone from agricultural residential, also known as just a rural area that I was vaguely aware of because it was about 10 minutes from school, to a master plan unit development, which is a residential zoning that's of higher density than the previous agricultural residential zoning. In other words, the county was considering rezoning from the agricultural kind of rural character that the piece of land had into a more residential focused zone where there would be about 109 single family homes. And this map is a map that shows where exactly the developments would happen and kind of the lot of land that was proposed to be zoned. So as you can see, it's around a road called Hale Road. Hale Road is a small one-way that's about 10 minutes from school. And at the time, I was working at a local sustainability center called the Rosebud Continuum, which was close by this lake that you see here. And of course, the lake was part of the region that would change zoning, because KB Homes wanted to develop homes around the entire proximity, and many people like to live near lakes. Essentially, this was the proposed rezoning. And when I found out about this, there were many reasons why I realized this was unsustainable for my community. First of all, it was not compatible. When zoning is zoned or a development is developed, a lot of times the land planners and the county have to look at whether it's compatible with nearby lots. This lot was far smaller than nearby lots and developments, which meant it was less compatible in a sense. Also extremely important are the environmental concerns. There would be stormwater runoff, because when 109 new homes are developed, especially the types of cookie cutter kind of single family homes that you see a lot of today now in neighborhoods, there are grass lawns that are fed on pesticides and other chemicals that can impact the surrounding watershed. And there are also so many endangered species nearby. And I know this because I was working at the Rosebud Continuum Sustainability Center nearby. So there would be so many kind of endangered, threatened species nearby. There was also so many types of wildlife that lived in and around the lake. Also, since this is all part of a wetland, it was also even more apparent that this would have devastating impacts on the environment. And the water that was running off would run into the Cypress Creek Preserve, which is actually the water source for the entire Tampa Bay. Another important thing was student safety, because as I mentioned, my school was about 10 minutes away, but there were a variety of other schools, especially middle schools and even elementary schools near Hale Road and where this development was happening, where there were already people living near Hale Road, and their students would walk along the road within 2 miles of the school that no longer received courtesy rides because of a shortage of bus drivers and money in my community. Because my community, Land O'Lakes, had understaffed bus drivers, fire and sheriff departments, etc., and the current infrastructure was just not already supported. So kids would walk to school on the substandard road. There was also a lack of streetlights and no sidewalks. So overall, this just emphasizes why this development was unsustainable, not only environmentally, because an unsustainable development in this sense is not only just something that harms the environment, because it could be argued that almost every new development is in some way harming local environment. But when you also consider other things, such as human health and environmental justice, it also makes sense as to why this was not compatible nor safe for the local community. For example, if a person was having a fire in their home, it would be incredibly hard for the already understaffed fire department to drive their truck down the narrow one-way Hale Road, which could not expand the road, by the way, because of several ordinances and people's property that bordered the road. So it couldn't expand, and it was necessary to drive all these new cars down the road every day, not only for construction, but with new people living there. So this would hinder the ability for people to have the right to adequate safety and health. I want to end with kind of how my friends and I, how the public and other people in the community kind of rallied to prevent this development. So kind of a spoiler, but this development was not permitted to continue in the end, and there's several things that impacted this. First of all, emails are incredibly important. You can find your local county commissioners and local representative of any levels emails online, and they do check their email. So even if there's no response, it's always important and never hurts to send an email voicing your concerns. Also, my friends and I did a letter writing campaign and put a video on school news. We emphasized the fact that student voices matter, because even if students at Land O'Lakes High School didn't live near Hale Road where this development was going to happen, they were impacted by the development because they were a student at Land O'Lakes High School, which was only 10 minutes away from this proposed development. And people had friends who lived on Hale Road and had genuine concerns for their health because they would have to drive down the narrow one-way and face so many new cars that would hinder their ability. and also increase the likelihood of getting into crashes and decrease their ability to kind of access the health and firefighters that the community needed. So this was important and something that we really tried to emphasize. My school board did not allow us to have a petition because it went against kind of the county's school code, but petitions are oftentimes helpful ways to also get a point across and express discontent at kind of any decision, not even just sustainable development. The bottom right shows my friends and I at lunch. We had this board set up, and people at lunch could come up by their own curiosity, and we had some papers and some information about why this development was unsustainable, why their opinions matter, and we would be happy to talk to them about why this impacts us and impacts our local health, environment, etc. And then we had information and a letter template so that people could physically write letters that we would send to the county commissioners, or at least we would scan them, email them, and input them as kind of public comment. So this is the last bullet point that I have, but since I already mentioned public comment, I'll just speak a bit about what it means. Basically, I mentioned how the county commissions and planning commissions have meetings, and then public comment is kind of the around 2 minutes, give or take, time that every stakeholder or resident who is impacted by this can state their opinion. They can talk about kind of where they come from, why they care, and that's exactly what my friends and I did. We did get on the local news a few times because we were youth who spoke at public comment, which is kind of rare, which kind of makes it more impactful. I think it's incredibly important to engage student voices, especially youth voices at these kinds of meetings, because it's important that all stakeholders are aware of these changes in their community that impact them. That kind of goes into media outreach. And lastly, we did communicate with several environmental organizations, such as the Sierra Club, Florida Rights of Nature Network, and the Rosebud Continuum, which is the sustainability center that I had been working at near Hale Road, which they also had scientists and people from different backgrounds speak at public comment about how this impacted them and their local biodiversity. So essentially, if there's any takeaways I want to leave from this slide, is that there's so many different ways you can be aware of sustainable development, or more so unsustainable development, especially checking the county website, being aware of zoning changes in your community and how that could impact you. It's important to think critically about these kinds of things because oftentimes, like for example, before I knew about this, I wasn't aware that the current fire department and sheriff departments were understaffed. And kind of being aware of these kinds of things make you just overall a more aware citizen, so that you're able to improve not only your own quality of life and health, but those around you and people you care about. So yeah, if you want to read more, I have this link down here, which is one of the newspapers that discussed this rezoning and how it was rejected. So yeah, thank you everyone for coming to my presentation. I hope you had some takeaways, and feel free to, of course, email me. And also thank you so much to everyone at Harvard Climate Action Week who has made these talks possible. Yeah, thank you.
Good. Well, can everyone see me? I hope. Terrible lighting. So sorry. Had to move around. It's really wonderful to have you all here this afternoon, and I will be discussing the SEC climate rule, the climate disclosure rule. So just to give you a little background, in 2021, the SEC made a request to civil society and to the public to help them craft and formulate a new rule that grew out of their 2010 guidance to create a new rule that would incorporate climate-related disclosure. So I'll just get started here. So the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, just earlier this year finalized their climate disclosure rule that gave companies an ability to provide investors with information on climate-related risks, greenhouse gas emissions, and climate-related targets and goals. Supporters of the rule contend that it enables investors to make a more informed financial decision while increasing the reliability of sustainability disclosures. Critics, however, have suggested that the rule imposes substantial and heavy burdens on businesses and really ultimately exceeds the SEC's statutory authorities. So to you all, I pose a few questions. One, what are some of the strengths and shortcomings of this final rule? And what effects will this rule have? What legal challenges lay ahead, and what is the likelihood of success? So after the rule was finalized in March, several entities stepped up to sue the SEC to prevent the rule from going into effect. And the successful litigant so far was Liberty Energy. And it was quite interesting. The CEO of Liberty Energy last year gained quite a bit of attention when he said that there is no climate crisis and that the term carbon pollution is outrageous. So, which in itself is highly questionable, but there we go. So one of the reasons that these companies and business groups have sued over the climate risk disclosure rule gave a few explanations for their opposition. And those reasons range from they see as a lack of authority of the SEC to promulgate these rules and the lack of authority to impose those requirements on businesses because of the cost of compliance and the burdens that would emanate from that. So we've also seen from the legislative and political arena a real concerted pushback, which has been interesting to see. Just a few weeks ago, Senator Elizabeth Warren and ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee, Waters, just put out a letter to the SEC. And I'll just quote a little bit here. Lawmakers are asking the SEC to firmly state that it will ensure that previous climate-related rules and guidance, including its 2010 guidance, are thoroughly enforced. And that would be, of course, if the stay were lifted on the SEC rule. And here, lawmakers are asking the SEC to also remind issuers that U.S. companies are going to be subject to alternative climate-related disclosure regimes in other nations. The EU, Singapore, China, Japan, they've all moved towards climate disclosures. And if US-based companies don't want that rule here, that really does not mean that they won't have to comply in other jurisdictions. And most importantly, California has now issued its own climate disclosure bill that's now law. California represents the 5th largest economy in the world. So again, even if the SEC is hogtied, there are multiple jurisdictions where these disclosures will still have to occur. So as I noted, one of the primary objections of these businesses that are pushing back on the rule is an allegation that the SEC lacks authority. So let's just jump in here to like, what is the SEC's authority? What is its mandate? And quite simply, it is a mandate to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. And so the rule grows exactly out of that mandate by ensuring that decision-useful information gets into the markets in a timely manner by setting these public company disclosures so that they would not face patchwork regulation. Imagine if each state had a different set of rules, and companies would rightfully be able to object to having to submit to multiple regimes. This is why we have federal agencies. So also, let's just dive into, for a quick moment, the SEC's 2010 disclosure guidance and how that led to this rule. So in 2010, the SEC thought, like, let's gather some data. Let's see what happens if we create a voluntary regime here. And in 11 years, what they found was almost total non-compliance. And for companies that did manage to report information, it was inconsistent across these multiple businesses. And so it therefore was not decision-useful information that investors could use to decide on how they would invest their money. So in 2021, that's when the SEC moved to create a finalized framework that would hold these companies accountable, that would give investors the reliable framework they could use to evaluate those companies. So what are some other things that investors are looking for that would indicate what climate risk factors matter to them? So they need guidance for when climate change may require additional disclosure. They need information whether the climate change itself is material, and it would be material where it would impact legislation and regulation, where it may impact international accords, where it may indirectly impact regulations or business trends, and also like the physical impacts of climate change. And forgive me, I'm in a space where I do not have quiet, so my apologies. So because the 2010 guidance did not lead to that increased disclosure and it didn't standardize those reportings, the 22 proposed rule would provide that to investors. So so that was really a serious issue, and the SEC took 2 solid years to solicit from the public, from US multinationals, and I'm going to move, folks, because it really is getting too loud here, so sorry. So this is a really important reason that the SEC ended up drafting this rule. Thanks for your patience. This is how the SEC ended up drafting this rule and receiving over 24,000 comments from these multiple stakeholders, investors, youth investors, institutional investors, multinationals, etc. So in taking all that time, I certainly feel, as do many other advocates, that there was sufficient gravitas given to the process. So I just want to talk a little bit about the reason for having the rule, why it's needed now. The main reasons for this disclosure is to allow for several things. One is efficient climate risk pricing, investor protection and market stability, to incentivize investor stewardship, to maintain a very competitive US market, standardizing reporting for issuers, standardizing other definitions for issuers, investments, activities, and taxonomies, enabling markets to allocate capital towards green uses, allowing regulation through disclosure and corporate behavioral change, reducing corporate climate impacts, improving mitigation, and overall supporting sustainable development goals. And through this, it really kind of embraces a central truth that climate risk is financial risk, and investors need transparency from US companies on their GHG emissions and how climate risk is handled. And in doing so, it really avoids some of the huge pitfalls from the voluntary 2010 guidance, moving from a voluntary framework into a mandatory one. And that voluntary framework did develop through the years, and the SEC was really prescient by utilizing that framework, incorporating it, as there were companies already, as I mentioned earlier, adhering to that voluntary framework. So in the end, what all of this has really demonstrated is the importance of having the climate disclosure rule. As I noted, number one, the rule is incredibly responsive to investor needs because they need reliable disclosure of climate risk management, strategy, and governance. It's also responsive to market needs. And those disclosure standards ensure that decision useful information gets to the market. Needless to say, in 2 years, there has been an incredible amount of academic and civil society examination of the pros and cons of the rule. And I wanted to dive into a little bit some of those pros and cons of why the rule clearly fits within the mandate of the SEC. One pro here is that Congress authorized the plain language that the SEC must protect investors through specific company disclosures of financial risks. And is rather unambiguous disclosure authority to protect investors under the 1933 Act. And in that act, it allows the SEC to interpret the statute in the way that it sees fit. Also, legislative history and other contemporaneous commentary confirm that authority. And under the 1934 Act, the commission was given unambiguous disclosure authorities. And it has exercised that authority for 90 solid years. And Congress has traditionally accepted that exercise of authority. And additionally, Congress was very explicit when it added environmental protection to the SEC's disclosure mandate through the passage of the initial Clean Air Act in 1970. And like right after that, Congress directed the commission, along with all other federal agencies, I should say, to consider environmental protection in their rulemakings. This is a really interesting contrast to the West Virginia versus EPA case of 2022, or 23, where the West Virginia versus EPA, that the Supreme Court said that matters of major concern, that agencies should not act with this authority, and it is a major question that should return to Congress to opine on. So there's a really inherent tension between those two thoughts, where Congress expressly and with direct intent granted that authority in the 70s, but now we have a Supreme Court that questions the very thing that they said must happen if this is an issue of major authority. So of some of the great thinkers around this, one of them is John Coates, and he's a former SEC commissioner. And in a really important letter that he drafted, he wrote this, that as the proposed rule is drafted, financial risk disclosures can be reasonably understood as drafted to protect investors. The rule is a disclosure rule. It is in keeping with the Commission's expertise. And the Commission's proposed rule relies on a traditional role for regulatory agencies to find facts and use those facts to implement Congress's direction to require disclosures for a stated purpose, which is the protection of investors. So this false characterization by opponents to misstate the purpose of the rule and disclosures, it's really not about environmental impact or climate change, but about financial risks and opportunity related to climate change. So just to wrap all of this up, please take the time to dive in and read more about the disclosure rule. It is still in litigation. It's been stayed at the moment, but it will most certainly continue. And I hope that although we've had some little interesting tech issues today, that my remarks here have sparked your interest. And I want to thank you so much for coming and listening, and have an excellent rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Tracy. We really appreciated that despite your tech challenges. We thank you for being with us and taking the time. And thank you to all of you for joining us for day 4 of Harvard Climate Action Week. We've got one day left tomorrow, and it's our final day featuring 9 presentations throughout the day from students and alumni. And we hope that you'll join us and learn about some more of Harvard's climate solutions. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.